Beep-doop. So, welcome back to Rackentha. Last time, a bunch of shit happened. I'm not gonna recap it. Go watch it. So, at the end, which I'll upload it, I promise, I forgot. But, last time, I guess I am recapping. Alright, never mind. To some extent. Where we left off, is, the squad escaped the center of Havsrath, exited. It wasn't exactly a, daring escape or anything. The center of Havsrath and the, Tepres Isles, with a few things. Both, Iklito and Atshir, two of said Tepres, tagging along in, Zerga's, harnessed cart, to, give up immortality in exchange for one final lifetime together. And relevantly for the lot of you, the, to-be-named, Staff of the Blackbird, the artifact you were sent by the Raven Queen to retrieve, which allows you to bestow an ancient curse, upon a target. Something that they, directed you toward as it may aid you in your potential future battle with the Great Necromancer, of whom you all and the Raven Queen and her agents are mutually aligned against. So, the lot of you are headed back to Mirage, on the back of Zerga, with plans imminently to, make your way to Al-Thra to meet with the Sultan, as per a letter from Zeran. Feel free to add anything else, and also, at this point, let me know when you want to be in Al-Thra. We can, fast forward as much of that travel as you want to, or as little of it as you want to. But for now, you are on your way back to Mirage. Did you leave anything out? I feel like that was pretty much it.
Definitely the most important stuff.
Alright. You've got a couple little snake-sized snakes.
Yeah.
Whomst have been polymorphed by Zerga on the way back to Havsrath. As mentioned, the storm is not as intense as it was on the way in. It seems like it had let up a little bit to allow you to exit. And now you're just in open air on the way to Mirage. Should not be more than a few hours.
Alright. I feel like Peshmina is just making sure that these snakes do not fall out of the cart. Oh god, please do not fall out of the cart.
They seem very firmly planted in the center of the cart.
How long? I guess it lasts as long as Zerga wants it to.
Something like that. Draconic polymorph's a little different than, the spell polymorph.
Gotcha.
So, not long then, before the lot of you touch down in Mirage. It's I'm gonna say late afternoon at that point in Mirage. Or maybe early morning.
I mean, I guess, so we left to go be there kind of, I want to say, mid-morning.
Yeah, and then it was dark by the time you left. So maybe this is, early morning.
And say, we're basically there for, a night.
Mm-hmm. Feel free to have taken a long rest if you want to.
Mm.
But, yeah, back in Mirage in the early morning. And, as before, Zerga lands far enough out of eyeshot of Mirage, and then, helps you all drag the cart the rest of the way so that you don't all have to walk. I think Iklito and Atshir will unpolymorph and also help you with the cart along the way. Their largeness certainly an aid in this sense. They very deftly move through the sand and kind of novelly. It's been a long time since they've been in a... maybe this may be the first time they've been in an environment that is not the Tepres Isles.
So where are you gonna go now?
Iklito kind of looks around and looks at Atshir. It's just like, I guess wherever. That's sort of the plan. Maybe do some exploring.
There's plenty to explore, though I don't necessarily recommend heading too far out of the Phasia for now.
Oh, I think this place is rather suited to our abilities right now, at least. We'll probably spend it. You made mention of this little town, Mirage. We'll probably stay there for a while.
I'm sure you'll be more than welcome.
Lots to see, I'm certain. Zoran, how are you doing?
They're okay. As well as they can be at this moment. I think they're glad to just not be in Hav's Wrath anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been honestly pretty quiet for the most part.
I feel like Pashmina's head is in a lot of places right now. I feel like the further from Hav's Wrath we've gotten, she's perked up a little bit. She looks a lot less like she was bordering on like shocked right after the combat with Iralha, and is kind of on her way out of that. It is kind of returning to a place of normalcy. Kind of notices that you are also not doing great. Just kind of like gently it is offering some verbal comfort in this, and says, I'm sorry we weren't able to find anything.
Oh. No, it's fine. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting to find anything. If we did, that would have been nice, but
one can hope.
It was 200 years ago. Probably for the best that it remain a mystery.
Maybe.
The morning's pretty quiet in Mirage. Folks not quite up from their ongoings. Zerga having shifted back into her dragonborn form, kind of walks the rest of you into the town. Zerga kind of breaks off to go find Feihu and what they might be doing amongst, but I think Atshir and Iklito kind of peering very curiously at the persons and people around, get some very curious looks in return. But will give each other kind of an uneasy look and then move out into town to kind of socialize.
I think before they move to like go do their own business. Oh god, do I even... I have 5 gold, oh no. I think Pashmina elbows Zeron before they go. Just like, we should give them a little bit of like starting money, just at least for the next something to get them for the next couple days.
I think they're just exhausted that I don't even think that they argue. And just kind of sigh as they pull open the bag. How much do they need?
I mean, 10, maybe 10? 10 can stretch for just a little bit. I'm sure they could get some more assistance from Feihu and Zerga later on.
Here, and they'll pull out 20 gold. 10 each.
Oh, very kind of you. I think I may be able to leverage some of my things as valuables as well, but that is very generous of you. Thank you.
You shouldn't have to sell your things off just to get by for a little bit.
Fair enough. But thank you. What is that smell? Heading off toward the market.
Enormous snake people.
Yes.
Just imagining like the few people just like giving them like a wide berth.
They are Mirage is gonna have talk of the town for a little bit. For sure.
Have you seen these enormous
An
sneeple?
enormous sneeple? Huge sneeple.
Were the Sneeple always here, like the dragon was always?
Yeah.
here?
Have they just like been around? What else is in the desert? Yeah. 4 of you are left to your own devices for the time being.
I think Hassan has one or two things in mind, and is gonna go seek out Astior.
Yeah, for sure. I think Astior and Calandus are back in their hotel laboratory, which is always marked by a lightly smoking window.
I think Hassan is going to fly through the window.
Amazing.
Oh,
There are
good morning,
definitely
you
two
two.
Astiors and
Good
Calanduses
afternoon.
on this
Is
board.
it? What time is it? I haven't been paying attention.
Oh, morning, I think. Looks outside window.
Oh.
Yes, morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning
Hi.
to you as well, Hassan. Good to see you back. I hope your findings were interesting.
Very, very interesting and disturbing, but
Oh!
also very interesting. Imagine a indescribably old civilization still ongoing, where centuries, decades, and all measurements of time are almost meaningless compared to your immortality.
I'm imagining.
Yes.
Interesting.
And now imagine that is fueled by the continuous torture and curse of one individual strapped to a stone against their will, empowered by an almost evil staff. Which, does Hassan have the staff? I think Pashmina has the staff, right?
I think Pashmina would have been holding it last. If Hassan asks for it, she would.
I don't think Hassan has asked for it yet. I don't think
She's holding it for now, though.
Yeah. And the staff. Oh, yeah, I should have bring you the staff. Interesting piece, but yes. So, immortal civilization filled with, I don't want to say hedonists, but a very small number of people. It's just, I have a whole notebook. I'll lend you it later.
Oh, I'd be deeply curious to read it. That sounds
Yeah.
fascinating and a bit horrid, but very fascinating. You described it precisely well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Interesting. Awful, but interesting.
Yes. I was willing if you had some. And I forgive to ask you so quickly if you had some scrying left in you, perchance.
Oh, I think so. What can I do you for?
A similar. Similar request from earlier. I wish to know the current location of Cybella Tenon.
It was a bit of a trick last time. It seems she's got some amount of scrying protection, but I'll do my best.
Of course.
Would you happen to have anything of hers?
Crap, I can't. I don't.
It's alright if not, just curious. Alright, on to it. And we'll... Calandis, one more before we get to bed.
For a mid-morning nap.
And they will begin scrying. They'll get back to you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his son will go out the window. And... I guess he would be going looking for Fahey next.
Yeah, for sure. He's around today. It seems attending to things. It's kind of busy around Mirage. They've got new visitors, so damage control is not the correct wordage for it, but is just like hanging about and being particularly hands-on, trying to be aware and around.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the Gwen mini go down. Sorry about that.
Gwen is hanging out by the mirror pool. It seems that like a lot of the township seems to have like cool. Not quite like town pet vibes, more like a library cat, you know? Like Gwen has become just kind of a part of the environment in town.
Yeah. You also just gotta be careful of them a little bit.
Yes. Yep. Hey San. Good to see that you're all back.
Good. Oh, yes. Harrowing experience.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Left Zerga untouched, you'll be happy to know.
I am happy to know.
Surprised she found you. I found you before she did. I was hoping if I could discuss a matter to you.
Please. What matter?
I've been doing some research lately, and I will take this time to tell everyone, since I forgot to actually do this earlier. I got more magical secrets, so I have more I have more non-bard spells. Heisan now has reincarnate, which allows someone to raise from the dead, and then essentially call the soul of a creature into a body different than the one that they died with. That could be like pretty much anything. That like is a whole table of dragonborn to tiefling of what body you get. Heisan's gonna ask. I've been doing research as of late into the possibilities of reincarnating one creature's soul into a new body in many ways and I've postulated a possible way of constructing of magic different, perhaps a body of a different sort of people. One other than Aarakocra for a soul to inhabit in the case that they die. And I've discussed this with you before, but the idea of me dying so soon at a young age has not always been comfortable to me, especially compared to others who are so long-lived. If I was to perhaps find a way to inscribe this spell and perhaps print it onto a scroll for someone to use, would you be willing to form a contract with me in some manner or form that when I pass, would you be willing to revive me? If I live that long.
Whew. I think hearing this, Feihu looks at you very softly. Yes, contract, I'd be happy to, Hassan. I've had a lot of shorter-lived friends in my life. A great many. And perhaps none so great as you and your companions. I feel very close to all of you in many ways. If that's what you would like to do, then absolutely. It's, I'm sure that process will not be without its own complications. But, I would be honored to see you flourish anew again after this go at your time in Gaiul is done.
Thank you so much.
That's quite powerful, Matt. You've come a long way since we first met.
Dire circumstances create the need for rapid innovation, and I have simply met that task.
I see as much.
However, there is one more stipulation I will add that you need not accept. I have come within the past 48 hours to understand the allures and the allure and attachment to immortality can do to one's perception of what matters and of morality. And the terrible things that can be done in pursuit of that. I cannot say who I may be, if the case arises, who I may be in 300 or 400 or however many years, if that even comes to pass. Which is why I would like to ask you. You warned me that in the depths of necromancy lies madness, and I have come to understand this in many ways. I would like that if you recognize that I have lost my way and show myself to have lost my sense of my principles and the principles that guide me to ethically go about my life and my work. I would like you to end my life, if possible, or if not, see to it that I am no longer revived, if that comes to pass. I would ask another, but I don't think others are powerful enough. And I doubt, and Loka, well, I would gladly ask him. I don't think if I stay alive so long, he will be there. He stated as such that he does not wish to live forever.
Feihu looks very grim at that request, and kind of hesitates and considers for a long moment. But, just like, looks at you, extends a hand to shake, with just a firm, "It will be done."
Hey, Sam will take it.
Should it never happen.
I sure hope. I would hope that it wouldn't. But eternity can be a very long time.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Natural 1. Heisan sees nothing.
When you shake hands with Feihu, she holds on for just a little longer than expected, and then the moment passes. Let me know if you all need any more help. I understand you're very busy in these times, but
No, of course.
you are denizens of Mirage as anyone else, and I am here to help you.
Thank you. And I will get on with my business then. Good day, and
Good luck, Heisan.
thank you. And that's all Heisan needed, I guess.
Early morning becomes morning. The town, having greeted a couple of large new guests, is stirring a bit more and becoming more lively.
I feel like... Shoot, I don't remember, because last time we talked a little bit about... Pashmina has transcribed the instructions for that one ritual. And she has a list of ingredients, but I don't remember if she went to the effort of getting like an estimate on the price and sourcing of all those ingredients.
Yes. Could you remind me of the ritual?
The ritual to basically identify why she's the type of tiefling that she is.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, it's a number of, like, I don't know, I'd say like 40 to 50 gold, maybe haggled down to 30 if you can find the right location and price for it. It's less of a cost issue, it's more of a finding the right things issue. You're about to go to one of the biggest marketplaces in the nearby area, so that may be less of a problem. But yeah, so it's somewhere around those, and then the like ritual itself takes like a couple of hours.
Does she get the feeling that she could get at least some of it here, and maybe at a
couple of the more basic components for sure.
Components?
Like you can probably find like Han would probably be happy to give you to help sell you some like diamond dust and ink.
God. How much do you think that would run me?
Like 20 gold.
Oof.
And then that's the vast majority of it, so that get you like half of it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the diamonds are only expensive if they're large and pure, so diamond dust is actually pretty cheap.
Yeah. It's still expensive to Pashmina right now. Oog. Then I think unfortunately has to bother Zoran again. I'm just like, sorry to keep asking, but I could actually use a little funds myself.
Of course. How much do you need?
We'll say 30?
Silver, gold.
Gold?
Of course. We'll take 30 gold out. No hesitation. Doesn't argue about it. Here you go, my dear.
Thanks. I'll give you a couple of things. Semi-related. One,
Okay.
which is, I feel like at this point, they've been together, like, just long enough. I feel like Zoran should just have, like, basic advantage against any kind of insight against Pashmina.
Are you
at all
telling me
times.
to roll insight?
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Because
But
I
that was
will.
I mean, you could. But I think what's plain enough is that she, since getting back, has been. It's not staring. It's not like looking you up and down, but it's glances and like you would get the sense that she keeps looking at you.
Think they handhold gold over. No issue there. And they just kind of stop and just kind of look up. Is there something on my face?
Oh, not. This is a question for the DM, actually. Has anything
bet.
changed? Has anything changed about Zoran since they used magic during that combat?
Not that you've identified.
Okay.
And genuinely, not. At Zoran, no. The only effect that has
Yeah.
happened since that was temporary. It was one of the funny dice roll effects.
Gotcha. No, nothing. You look more or less like how you always do.
I think they're smart enough to catch up on that at the very least. And just kind of sighs. No other changes. The use of magic, I think, was necessary in that fight, which is why I used it.
Okay, now I want you to roll inside.
Alright. Just flat.
I say with advantage.
Alright, bet. You're saying it, not me. Okay. So that's going to be, dirty 20.
Oh, yeah, okay. There's a moment where she can't hide her distaste at that. She did not like that. That made her a little upset. Not full on angry, like it's more so upset at the situation, but also doesn't like that was coming from you.
I'm sorry if you feel otherwise.
I wish that if you really needed to to use Emra's powers, then let it be for your own sake and not for mine. Zeron, I can take it. So I get hit, and I get a wound or whatever, and that heals. It's not the same for you. When you do these things, it can't be so easily undone.
I think now it's Zeron's turn to look a little annoyed. Just because you're telling him something he already knows. There was a point that we were one man short in that fight. I was afraid that it would get nowhere and things would continually go downhill if I focused solely, quite literally, on archery in a very small space. I understand your concern. Trust me when I say nobody knows it better than I. If it would please you, I will keep it in mind, and I will try to limit my use as much as I am physically able to. I used it for all of us. That I need to stress more than anything.
She reaches for your hand. And is making very direct eye contact with Zeron.
He hesitates but relents.
Do as you think you need to. But do you remember... Do you remember when we came back from... oh shoot, what's the name of the town where we picked up Zerga? I don't remember.
Nazgul?
No, oh my god. Wait, what was it? Not Rose Lake. Oh my god, what was the name?
I swear I know my own lore.
It was like
I think it is.
at the very,
Is
very
it not
top.
Nazgul?
Nazgul.
No,
I
thought that was the forest. Oh, that's
That's the
Nazcog.
Nazcog. It is Nazgul.
Nazgul. Nazgul. Nazgul's from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I've been rewatching those, so.
Funny. From Nazgul. And I wasn't happy with you because of what you had done about that wound I got from the patch.
I remember very well. Quite a while ago, but yes, it feels as if it was only yesterday.
I know that in the middle of that fight, you nullified Iralha's magic using Emra's magic to protect me, and then took a hit for yourself. I'm not saying, as much as I would prefer you didn't use magic, I understand that sometimes you must. What? Oh, God damn it, my headphone just shut off. Come back. Okay. Do not don't overextend yourself for my sake.
And they stop and they just lower their gaze. They were expecting this conversation to happen. And I think they're still just kind of like, not bummed about it, but just kind of like trying to like let it all sink in. Very well.
You understand why I'm asking you this, right?
I believe so. Most of my changes have been in defense of others or all of us. Most, at least. I know what is at stake. Every time I cast simple spell. We are at the highest point in this tale, the hardest part. I know what is at risk. And I fight in any matter, whether it is using magic or firing from a bow. I do it for us. For you, for Hassan, for Loka, for Matla, Althra, any of us. Because I have to.
I hope. I hope you remember to fight for you too.
It's my life on the line, isn't it? I can and I will. I promise you.
She looks immensely relieved at that. Like this had been weighing on her all this time. Are you ready to go home?
It almost feels wrong saying it like that. Yes, but also no, not at all. I know I was the one to suggest the idea, but I am dreading it all the same.
They'll be beside you.
I know. I just pray my father will see reason.
I know my exposure is limited, but I found him to be a reasonable man.
He is. He always has been. But this is
Big.
a different ask than just what I usually was when I was a boy. I'm asking him to put himself and his family in harm's way. Potentially. And I think that's what's eating at me. I don't think anything would happen to them. I think I would like to believe Navark has more sense than trying anything, but the fact that there's a possibility there is really eating at me.
I fully understand.
Because, God forbid, what if something were to happen? What if the entire palace fell? What if I'm the only one left from the family and that means I have to leave us? I was trained how to, of course, but I never had to really believe that it would ever potentially fall to me. I know this is silly. I know this way of thinking isn't going to get me anywhere.
Not silly.
I finally know why Sumo was so anxious for years.
I don't have any context for this, but even if I don't have answers now, I know that if anything were to happen, we'd find a way through it.
I know. I know. I'm excited to see my family again, but this is the wrong reason to be able to see them. I'm also trying to think, what if he says no? Simple as that. Decent answer, I wouldn't blame him for saying no. Then what would we do elsewise? What would be our next course of action? I would like to believe that he would say yes, easily, and we would get all the support that we would need from him and the city, but I just don't know.
We can cross that bridge when we get to it. Just means we go back to the drawing board.
I'm just worried the time is now starting to get against us. I don't believe it is, but A clock has started, whether we like it or not.
Even with limited time, we'll have to take it moment by moment. Something you learn while at the monastery is staying flexible. If your plans are too strict, then any mistake, then it all comes undone. But if you stay flexible, then anything can be salvaged. Sorry for sippy noises.
No, you're so fine.
Why?
As I just open this can real quick, sorry. Okay. I think he looks like he's heard it. He's heard what you've said, but it's just the believing part.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think that's just like the biggest thing. And he lets go of your hand. Just kind of folds his hands politely in his lap. He was probably sitting somewhere. Just to himself. Just places them in his lap. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for coming to speak with me.
I think she very, fondly moves, a hair out of Zeron's face.
He just smiles up at her.
I hope you know how important you've become to me. And that maybe one day these conversations won't have to be so bleak.
Very well, then... How about this? Think of a place you've always wanted to go to. Ever. Once this is all over, how about we go there together?
Place I've always... Even to the other continent?
If that is what you would like. You don't have to decide right now, of course. Think on it.
Right. I will, and I'll hold you to it.
I hope you will.
Need to read books about places to go.
He just kind of waves you off. No, go buy what you need to. Don't keep the poor merchant waiting.
Okay. at some point, while folks are preparing and milling about, Mirage going about their business, Feihu will actually find you at some point, kind of like catch you and catch your eye and walk over. It's just like, Loka, I had something I wanted to discuss. Oh, welcome back. Are you doing well?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. I'm there's too much sand in my nose right now, which is why I sound like this. But I'm good.
Well, maybe this might help find something to alleviate. I understand you all are going to be on your way again shortly, but it's been a while. How are you doing funds-wise? I thought it might be a good idea to give you all a little extra stipend, if that might help.
Oh no.
Do you think, like, how are you all doing? Is it all? I don't know if you've been like. I know I haven't really been running you on more work or anything lately, so I don't know what your gold intake is really like. Do you think that'd be useful?
Asking a Loka is such a...
Oh god. That's the most dangerous thing you could have done. Where do I find my gold? Hang on. Okay, there it is.
I have still over 900. We don't need
Don't invest.
I have 920 gold.
You could use 920.
Oh god.
Yep.
Even if you're doing all right, I wouldn't mind, giving a little something.
Oh my god.
The thing is,
Loka is going to pull out his messenger bag, or just like sling it around him, and switch it to the money pouch.
Mhm.
He's gonna open it, and he's gonna jump it and jangle it a little bit, and he's gonna go.
I think by the sound of it, I probably almost got about 1,300 gold pieces in here. So I think I'm okay.
Sounds like you're doing quite well then, yes.
I know.
It's pretty good.
I know Zaran has some gold, but Pashmina is always talking about how Pashmina doesn't have money. But I think it's because she really technically wants Zaran to buy her things. But I don't know.
Well, and I'm certain some of this is from you opened a business, right? You helped manage the opening of that. Yes. So you know what then? Here, to split amongst the lot of you, then, and she kind of reaches into her own, not quite a bag of holding, just like a little pouch of holding, and pulls out a pretty significant. It's a smaller bag, but when she hands it to you and opens, you see that it's all platinum. I know you're going to be in Althra shortly, and I want to make sure you're all very well equipped for whatever you're doing. It sounds like you're in an okay place, so not too much, but just split it amongst the lot of you as needed. You can go ahead and add 1,000 gold worth of platinum to your inventory.
Wow, that's really funny.
Jesus.
It should be about 250 for each of you, which I imagine should cover any equipment expenses that you need.
Yeah! Holy crap, thank you so much, Feihu.
It's just been so long. I hadn't given you any. It's been weeks, maybe a month since I've gotten to help equip you all. So I was worried you might be running a bit scant.
I mean, you wouldn't have anything else in your little treasure trove. Well, see, that's rude of me. I shouldn't ask that.
No, I did actually. I went through most of it to try and see if anything would be particular. Unfortunately, given my time, I had back when I was still collecting, so to speak, when I was doing more of this, sending various adventuring groups out to acquire individual pieces for me. Frankly, most of them are not particularly useful. Most of them are more quirky or interesting in interesting oddities, or have some amount of sentimental value. They're not really the go do adventuring types, and that's part of the reason I picked them, is in the hopes that the adventuring parties wouldn't then grab them and run off, you know. So the like Figglethorn's pipe of weed smoking is like not the most. It's not even like ever flowing weed, or it's just like an interesting artifact that has like an enchantment that makes bubbles on it. It's not that wouldn't be useful in some kind of fight. And it's kind of all stuff like that.
So basically, you get high and blow bubbles at the same time?
You can. It is a possibility. Apparently, it was of some significance because they wanted to impress, and they couldn't blow smoke rings. Which was a fine honored tradition at the time. You should really read their book. It's fascinating. It's a good time. But I digress. You've gotten the most out of what I had been able to give you at the beginning of our endeavors together. And I think, unfortunately, at this point, Han is much more equipped to help you all in the likes of gear and whatnot than I am. But I've still got a decent amount of my hoard, so I figure I can leverage where I can.
Well, I appreciate it. And I mean, the Biden has been working really well.
Yes, I'm glad to see you're still carrying it.
Yeah. It's sturdy. It's kind of frosty, which is interesting. But that's kind of a new thing. And yeah, I don't know. I think we're all... Is everything good here? I know we just kind of came in and breezed by and just kind of like took off again with Zerga. But...
Things are doing quite well, all things considered. We've actually solidified some more. Do you remember the talk we had with the council in Samarabi some time ago? We've actually solidified some more mercantile trade routes from Mirage to Althra. We've gotten them a little further out. We've been the road between here and Althra is actually much better than it was before, and it seems like several of our satellite Oasis towns have been investing a little bit more into infrastructure. So we'll take some time, but things are going quite well around here, all things considered. Both Zerga and I are feeling much better than we are. The Mirage Wall's been stronger than ever. Townsfolk are happy. The Misty Vale Inn's looking to put in an expansion soon, so that'll be interesting.
Is that because of us?
Not exclusively. We've just been getting more visitors, all things considered. It looks like our town's due for a little bit more expansion in general. We normally don't have so many permanent residents. I think they're planning on building a little bit more villa. But future plans, nothing too immediate.
And you're happy that it's expanding?
I have mixed feelings, somewhat. I don't want it to become too present. It kind of exists as its own hidden gem, and I am very fond of that. But if it's what's better for the town, then it's what's better for the town. Somewhat related, I've been hearing some like bangs and booms off further in the desert later at night in the last few days. You all wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I tried to ask Lorp about it and he scampered off.
So yes. We may or may not have asked Han and or Lorp. I don't know if Lorp is, probably involved. We may have asked them to make a bomb.
Ah.
Like one to blow up a building, like a big building, because that's where the dragon,
Yes, I see.
The necromancy pod is. Thank you, I really don't know how that stuff works. But that's a clone. That's the word I was looking for. So he's got a clone building, and so if we can just blow it up, then then we don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
If you say so.
I don't know.
Well, I think I'll talk to Han about that, and maybe it sounded far away that it. I'm not concerned for anyone's safety here, although maybe some sleep issues if anyone's particularly sound sensitive. Maybe I'll see if I can ask someone to, or maybe I can give Han some scrolls of silence. Maybe that would help. Alright, well, good to know. Thank you for letting me know. Enjoy your time. I hope you have at least a little bit of time to enjoy the markets of Althra. And do keep me updated, alright?
Okay, I will.
Alright.
I don't know what our plan is right now. Honestly, what we just came from was kind of a hot fucking mess. So I want to go take maybe the longest nap. Like, I feel okay, but I'm still gonna go take a depression nap. You know what I mean?
No, I understand.
I need to go lay down for a little while, maybe have a little cry, and then I'll be okay.
Sounds like a plan, Loka.
Oh my god.
So, like, so worried Lorp's just gonna, like, oh no. Oh, please don't die to their own explosions.
How short's that fuse? Yes.
Not sure.
Surely,
It's not as
surely
satisfying
they
if it's
can-
not immediate.
I can just imagine, like, the two of them being, like, cartoon covered in black little, black char.
Yeah.
And Han looks completely unamused, and Lorb is just, like, jaw open, excitedly jittering. And then Han just takes their goggles off, and it's the only part of them that isn't charred, and just bonks Lorb on the head.
Little puff of, like, charcoal dust, like.
Amazing. Alright, anything else y'all would like to do? And or gather and or get on your way?
Well, Loka is going to drop that 100 platinum into his bag.
We're not gonna see a fucking red cent of that, are we?
He's gonna totally forget about it.
Right into the old savings account for Loka.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Gonna collect interest on that platinum.
I mean, we all know.
I wish.
We all,
It's a
we
different
all
bag of
know
holding.
Yeah.
That what Feihu really meant was that she wanted to gift me some money for my business. We all know, right? Like, I thank you for your understanding too.
Fucking hell.
Side, like, the idea of a bag of holding with interest, that exists in Kyla, for sure, right now. Where, like, it's not it's not an extra dimensional space. You're actually just dropping money into, like, a P.O. box.
I was gonna say, it's like, you
and
have
then
to get it
withdrawing
from,
it from
an
it.
existing, like, bank.
Yeah.
Like, it's a service they
There's actually a
provide.
separate deposit and withdrawal bag, like satchel, so that you can, you never, like, you can only withdraw so much at any given point in time. But, that for sure 100% exists and is canon in the setting somewhere, just not on this continent.
Okay, wait, but what if not a run on the banks, a run on the bags?
Well, so
where
that's
you
the
have
thing.
multiple people?
The bag physically meters how much you can withdraw at any given point in time. It would have to be a traditional run on the bank. You would have to, like, go to the bank and demand the rest of your money.
Yeah.
Just like you can't just, like, withdraw all of your savings account from, like, your phone.
Yeah.
God. Looks at us. A little bit of money and I'm about to spend all of it and have no money again.
Yeah, speaking of which, would you like to get some components?
Yeah.
Would you like an opportunity to spend all of your 30 gold? Well, 20 gold at least.
Can we say for convenience that she is passing by Loka?
Sure.
to get there?
Oh, hey, Pasmina, where are you going?
I'm just going to get some stuff, more ingredients for potions. I'll let you decide if you want to roll insight on that.
I mean, if you're gonna give me the option, I will. Where's my insight? 13?
Oh, just beat it.
Yep, she's going to get stuff for potions, all right.
Well, do you have like, any space? Do you need like my messenger bag to hold some stuff?
Oh, well, not necessarily. I think I can manage it. Kind of you to offer, though.
Okay. Well, if you don't need any help, then I guess I'll go to the inn and just take a nap. I just talked to Faye here. It sounds like she misses us.
Oh, maybe we should spend a little time with her before we head out then.
Yeah.
Maybe at least, debrief about what it was that we found in Hamsrath.
Also, she knows that Hisan is making a bomb. Or that
Oh.
Khan is going
I-
to.
Right, I guess I figured that was... We had kind of talked about it at the table, so...
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not a problem. I hope Han and Lauren are being safe about it.
Me too. But, I trust Han.
Absolutely.
Warmth will
Lauren
be
is...
warm.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways.
Do you-
excited. Yeah.
Need anything from the market while in there? Or have you just...
No, if anything, I'll probably go see Han, like, tomorrow. Or maybe after I wake up from a nap, I don't know.
Get some good rest, Loka.
I will try. Okay, bye, good night.
Later.
Pashmina does not get her money.
Womp womp.
All right. Getting components.
Yep, so I spend 20 of
Yep.
that gold on... Okay.
Diamond Dust and Magic Ink. You're looking out for, let's say an imp tail and water from the river Styx.
Jeez Louise.
It's a devil ritual.
And those...
They're not that they're very common items. They just happen to be on the first plane of hell.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, we can canonically, like, some tieflings go to serve the Blood War, so I guess there's a functioning trade between the...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Typical fiendish spell components.
Alright,
Yeah.
noted. Alright, they're in my inventory.
Well done. All right. Anything anyone else wants to get up to?
I don't think so.
I think... Not necessarily looking to have, like, a specific encounter or anything, but we'll be, like... looking out for Feyhue, Zerga, Guinevere.
Yeah.
Maybe Guinevere in particular. She hasn't
Guinevere in
been able to spend all
particular.
of
Guinevere's
Yeah.
been spending a lot of time by the mirror pool lately. I think Feihu is nearby. Guinevere is chasing Millie and Twig around the oasis. In a playful way, not in a hunting way, probably.
Right. I think Peshmina just watches with amusement. They all have the zoomies.
They all have the zoomies, for sure. Yeah, less like all animals playing together, more just like Guinevere is clearly playing with Millie and Twig. Big cats. Big dogs, I guess. They're supine? Lupine? Or foxes?
I guess I don't know about Finnick foxes specifically.
But, anywho. Wrestling, playing, having a good time. I think once Millie and Twig are worn out, we'll like come over to you.
Hi, Gwen.
Hi, Peshmina.
Hasn't grown since obviously like yesterday,
Not significantly.
but I don't remember how much she's grown since like we've come back from.
Considerable. She is size large. Definitely not full grown, but big enough. Horns are like very slowly starting to grow in. I think she actually does a like, look what I can do, and just breathes like green mist into the air.
Ooh. Wow,
It's new.
that's
I'm not supposed to do that at people. Or too
I
much
imagine.
sand.
Yes, wouldn't want to accidentally cause any grievous injuries.
No. It melts things. And that's fun.
Have you been being good for Feihu and
Yeah,
Zerga?
of course. They're great. Having a good time. And I get to meet people now and hang out and eat snacks.
Been making any new friends?
Yes! I really like the Misty Vale people. They seem
They're pretty
neat.
kind.
Alright. I think I'm gonna go find Zerga. Go to bed. I'm tired.
You were just playing pretty hard.
Have a nap. Sleep in the coins. It's good.
Oh, have a good nap.
Okay. It's like runs out into the desert where you know the horde is, but it kind of looks like they just sprint into the dunes.
We'll
See Faye.
I don't need this
watch
to
fondly.
be like a whole conversation, but can I go see Han?
Yeah, for sure. What
Um,
would you want? Or like?
Well, I was wondering if I can get any sort of. Well, maybe I do need this to turn into a conversation. Never mind. All right. Hey, Han.
Hey, yeah, what's up? They're wearing like considerably more protective gear than they were last time you saw them.
Well, first of all, is anything about to explode?
Oh, no. Test detonation isn't for another couple hours.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I had a question, about the gear and stuff, because you can, like, magic stuff, right?
Yeah. Frequently, to some extent. More of a crafter than an enchanter, but I do enchanting.
Oh, if you're more of a crafter than an enchanter, do you think that you could, like, make me, like, something that would make it harder for people to hit me?
I could see about doing that. I did something kind of like that for Hassan, though it seems that you would probably want something a little different. Although it would probably work about the same. I assume you're not looking for armor?
I don't know. I mean, it feels weird against my skin, and it just slows me down, and I feel gross in it.
Mm-hmm.
I barely even like clothes.
Right. Well, that makes sense.
But, oh, you know what we could do, though? We can make it like a ring, because we're gonna go to Althras soon, and I have a whole bunch of jewelry that I put on to make myself look really important. And so, maybe could you do like a ring that I don't know, I don't do fucked up magic shit, so
No, I think, you know what? I think let's do something very similar to what I gave for Hassan. Do you have a piece of jewelry you'd like me to enchant off the bat? Or would you like something, you would like a new piece made?
Oh, I don't have it written anywhere. I know I have a bunch of jewels and shit. I mean, yeah, let's say, like, I have, like, a gemmed ring. Like some sort of, like, what's, like, a not expensive, like a topaz? I feel like that's not expensive.
Yeah. Oh, would you mind if I replaced the gems in this?
Is it gonna be as pretty?
Here, give me a sec. And Han kind of like takes off these like enormous thick gloves, puts them down on their workbench, goes over to some casings, like some very delicate, like little, it's almost like a tackle box, but it's got all of these different like individual little gems in it. Grabs like a couple very roughly hewn, it's kind of like a deep blue, like a dark blue gems, but they've got a little bit of a magical shine to them. Kind of like holds them up next to the piece of jewelry you're looking at. It's just like, these be fine?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I think I've got an enchantment that would work well for you anyway. I just need to get those out, cleanse the item, get these cut and fitted. Give me like 40 minutes?
How come the last time I asked you to do
This
something,
is a normal thing! It's
but you
easy!
said it would take 2 weeks last time!
You were ordering a very custom thing that had never been made before. The thing you want this time is, I do it all the time. It's normal. It's expensive, like, it's not easy. The expensive part is making these holds up the gems, but, like, once you make them, you can make a bunch of them, so.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess I'll just take a sit down then.
Yeah, go for it.
Whenever you get to it is whenever you get to it.
No, it'll be about, I'm gonna say 100 gold. Friend discount, you know what, I'll cut it down to 90.
Wow, 85 gold, not bad.
You give the man an inch.
All right, so yes, 85 gold, 15 gold tax. Got it.
I'll pay the 90.
Kind of gives you an exhausted smile. And we'll go about work. And in 40 minutes, you've got a ring of protection.
Yay!
I'll go ahead and add that to your inventory.
Oh, thank you.
Beep. Beep. You've got it. Yeah, and yeah, you see the process like front to back is like takes your jewelry, like is very careful to open it up non-destructively. Very delicate work, like cutting and fitting these gems. You kind of heard a long time ago from the Gem Cutter Society that working with enchanted crystal is actually quite difficult because it's easy to accidentally disrupt the enchantment in it. So working very delicately to make sure these fit into your existing piece of jewelry, gets those fitted, does like kind of a ritual, it seems, to like cleanse the piece of jewelry before getting them set properly. Make sure everything is well done, gives it a quick polish just for free, and then gives it back to you.
Okay, well, here's your gold. And thank you. That was very nice.
Thank you much. You know what? More jobs like this, incredible. That'd be not. That said, the interesting things are the good things, and they're fun, but they take a while. So, as long as y'all are good.
So did you tell us before? It's been a really long time since we've been to Ulthra. Did you tell us that there's people who enchant really good in Ulthra because it's not the like doing?
Very much so. There are probably the most skilled enchanters on the continent in those markets.
Oh, okay. Do you have like a reference? Because I don't. The last time that I went to Ulthra, I got cursed. Okay, and I don't want this to happen again.
That is not ideal. No. There's like a Tasha. I think they're one of the lesser Ymiras. You take a look at them. I remember I've had some back and forths with them for sure.
Tasha Ymira?
That's the one.
Okay. Can you write that down? Because I've
Yeah,
already
absolutely.
forgotten it.
We'll write it down. They'll even give you an address.
Oh, excellent.
They're not cheap, but they're very good at what they do. And I think they're pretty fast. And I think them being fast is part of the reason they're not cheap.
Well, perfect. Okay, well, I think that's all we need.
Yeah, have a good one. I'll continue making this weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah! You get
Working on this
you
nuke,
get on
I guess.
that, I guess.
That's more of a demolition chart. I'm not gonna split hairs about it.
Well, either way, good luck. Goodbye!
See ya. We'll put the gloves on. Go back to working with this like very bright green glowing substance.
Definitely not a nuke.
Yeah. I didn't realize that this was also going to give me plus to saving throws, so now I just have a plus 10 strength saving throw. Whatever.
What kind of saves do you have to make against radioactive fallout?
Oh, you can't.
Oh.
Yeah.
It just permanently reduces your constitution until you die. It's fast too. I want to say it's like 1 point a round, depending on how close the radiation is.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Look, there's limited black powder. You got to make do. Crystals is the only way.
Yeah.
All right. What's the plan? Any other business to take care of in Mirage?
Pashmina's just waiting until everyone else is ready to either go to bed or go to Alpera.
All right. Well, in that case, when do you leave if you're heading out? If you gather to head out, early afternoon, late afternoon, evening. It is about a day's travel to Althra, even with the better roads. So, that is no longer morning. It may be wise to wait until the next day, but you can also go at night. It's not a big deal. It's cooler too in the desert, even cold. So, it may be more advantageous depending.
I know it doesn't matter to Loka when we leave.
Mm.
I just don't know if there's anything else that we need to do.
Yeah, I feel like, well, Pashmina is happy to do whatever is kind of looking more or less to Zoran for direction as far as, like, this is your rodeo.
Zoran's looking to y'all, because they don't have anything to do. They're just kind of waiting for all of you to get everything done that you need to. So it doesn't matter to them. They can leave as soon as you guys need to.
And Pashmina's got the fucking wagons ready. I gets
Perfect.
Millie and Twig hitched up.
Alrighty.
All right.
Go then, I guess.
Easy enough. Luckily, it's not a... Millie and Twig are ready to go whenever you want them to go. So... did you say this evening then? Or afternoon immediately? Sorry, I missed the time.
Yeah, evening would.
Honestly said.
Yeah.
Then yeah. As the sun is just starting to set, you've got
People
Millie and
are
Twig
resting.
hooked up. You resupplied. You got some cash.
Well,
You is singular in that case. And before too long, you're on the way. Millie and Twig leading the way to Althra. It'll be not too long. You're traveling through the night. Are you getting some rest along the way? I don't know. Millie and Twig are very well domesticated at this point and can largely run the cart by themselves. They probably need prefer an observer if possible.
I would say, I mean, Pashmina would be willing to take turns with someone if someone else would be willing to kind of like.
Loka can. Because Loka definitely did take like a midday nap.
Yeah, yeah.
Went to
Pashmina got some rest on the way to Mirage, so could take the first like shift and then hand over to Loka and get some more rest on the way to Althra.
Yeah, that works.
Sounds like a plan. Then yeah, by mid-afternoon the next day, you find the wagon rolling up on the Great Walls of the city of Mirage. It's been a while since I've been on that board.
Yeah, I think kind of to the group as we're like entering the city, it's just like seeing as circumstances are a bit different this time, are we going to be finding our own living situation, or should we be how exactly are we doing this?
I theoretically can This might be a tall ask. I might be able to get everyone into the palace. We should be guests of the city itself.
I don't know, would I be are you sure I would be welcome in there? I don't believe I made a good impression either times I
Maybe
interacted
some
with your
backup
father.
accommodations just in case, then?
If you would like to. You are welcome to try that. I'm going to try my hand at getting us into the palace. Because it's late enough here right now that the audience probably wouldn't happen to, like, that same day, right?
Unlikely, yeah.
Yeah. We are guests of the city. I am sure that it would be fine. But if you want to try finding other lodgings, perfectly acceptable. I just know I have to go straight back home. It's weird saying it now, I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize to us.
There's always the magical mouse.
Mr. Mouse with Mr. Mouse.
I really hope we do go back to the No-Tell Motel.
God.
I don't think Zoran really wants to again.
I feel like with the new context, Feshman is also dubious about. It's like, right.
Because I was gonna say, I think still only like those two know what that place is.
No.
Do we all know?
Feshman figured out pretty fast.
Yeah.
I don't remember if Loka figured it out.
I like the idea that Loka found out from Fing and Srisk later. Since they have more of a bead on, like, the social underbelly situation in Althara.
That's very good.
Oh my god.
Refuses to sleep on the sheets.
Like, you mentioned you were at the Magical Mouse, and Fing and Srisk are like, with who?
Yeah.
Are we with Hassan?
with Hassan and Zoran and Pashmina at the same time?
Well, obviously.
It colors my
realize they were
perception
like
of this group very differently.
How come we never went to a no-tell motel? We didn't know you were freaky like that.
And then Zoran brought over his friend. It was a whole thing.
God.
Jesus.
That is how that's canon. That's how that conversation.
Yeah, probably.
That's how Loka found out for sure. But like not until you all were in Tanara.
Yeah. No, that's perfect.
funny.
But it's always option. It's discreet. It's kind of expensive, but it's very nice.
Just to like, I love how like a subsect of like Critical Role fans like to like the Mighty Nine are like all in like one big polyamorous, but it's so much more awkward, kind of like implying that about this girl.
Oh yeah.
God.
Funny. Zoran, are you contacting anyone ahead of time? What are you? What's the game plan?
Probably Libra is
Makes
the
sense.
smartest bet. Shit, I dropped die. Yeah, they're probably contacting Libra, being like, "Hey, bestie, I'm in town. I might need my room prepared, and maybe 3 guest rooms."
And you are, as of right now, planning on returning to the city as Erasmus.
Yeah.
Okay. Still looking
Pretty
like
much,
Zoran for now?
Yeah, it's for right now, yes. I think once they separate, boom, change.
Gotcha. And kind of useful to be a nondescript fox person, probably in the streets of Althara.
Yeah.
Noted. All right, then yeah, so easy enough. Send a missive off to Libra, and Libra writes back like, it's been ready for 3 days. Like, is like, I think it communicates back to you the extent to which, like, you sending that initial letter to the Sultan has, like, immediately, like, your room has been cleaned, things are prepared. Like, they are not, like, expecting necessarily. They have that like vague date, but like, it seems that there's an amount of the palace that seems like prepped for when you get back in a way that was not true before.
Yeah.
And I think with that, before we get back into the city proper, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break, if that is okay.
Epic.
Yeah.
All right, so back at around 8:30. I'm going to pause. Beep. All right. In the mid-afternoon, you arrive in Althra, ready to do as you must. I assume you're posting up the foxes in the cart again, as is tradition.
No, they're sleeping in the bed. They get to sleep in the bed.
They get to sleep in the big bed. No. Yeah, they'll probably be kept in. Unless we're making an attempt to, like, keep them at, like, unless there's, like, royal stables or something.
I mean, there are. That may require some communication.
Yeah, but I think we could do that.
Yeah. So now that you're within city limits, what is the plan?
Question. Are we heading straight to dear old dad, or are we...
I mean, that's kind of up to Zeron, no? I would say.
Yeah, I'm going to the palace to try and get rooms for everyone. So, I figure that's like the first thing I'm just running to do to make sure like that's possible more than anything.
Yeah.
Ooh, Tailspire crashed.
Oops.
Ooh, Tailspire crashed. Okay.
I'm planning on making a run for the palace.
Yeah, I'm just gonna soft jog over to the palace.
It is a bit of a ways.
Avoiding talking to anyone.
I was about to say, are you Foxy?
No, at this point they would have been Erasmus, but I think they smart enough to have grabbed a cloak of some kind.
Sure.
Just like slight disguise.
Buffer.
Yeah.
Are you bringing the squad with you, or are you going alone?
I figured it was going to be alone for the first bit, just to get all the where have you been, what are you doing, are you okay out of the way, so they don't have to see just doting parent.
Sure.
But if they want to come, that's on them. I figured I'd go and be like, give them the yes or no, and then just go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Peshmina will defer to, like, your comfortability. This is all in your court, as you are comfortable. In the meantime, she has stuff to do, so it's not as though she's, like, put off or anything.
For sure. So then, in that case, while Zeron is running to the palace, is there anything anyone else is doing in the meantime?
Shopping.
Shopping.
All right. Let's do one of those. Who would like to go shopping? Go for it. What are you looking for?
Could I be invited to the board, please?
Oh, yes.
I'm still on Mirage. Thank you.
I would like the rest of
Rest of your
the
spell components, right?
components, yep.
So, you've already spent 20 gold. You've got another 10, so...
I actually have 50.
you
Oh,
got
no, I have
15?
18, actually.
18. Whoa. Then yeah, go ahead and give me... No, we don't need to roll for this. The markers are wide, so it just takes a little bit of time, but like with enough peddling around, you kind of end up in the like broader magical components, just booths and booths and booths and booths of like diamond dust and like charcoal powder and wax and candles and all of that. And then digging a little deeper into that, you can find the rarer components and whatnot. And with a little bit of searching, find and authenticate is probably the harder part.
I was gonna say, make sure something's real and not just full of shit.
Yeah. Finding a couple places with particularly good
River Styx water, but it's just fucking tap.
water. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Or investigation. Or medicine. Or, I don't know, survival. All of the above would work.
We'll make it survival.
Survival. Alright.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad that was the choice I made. Because that's gonna be a 5 plus 7.
12. I think good enough to find a reputable seller. Not gonna find it for a particularly good price. So it's gonna take 15 of your 18 gold.
Okay.
But you do walk out with 1 phial of Styx water and 1 imp's tail.
Hooray!
Zaran.
Hello.
Can I edit this?
We're gonna jump to a board.
Oh, fuck,
New
okay.
board?
Not a new board. An old board. Not necessarily gonna be putting minis down immediately, just...
No, you're valid.
Sheep. Heading back to the palace, as Erasmus, for the first time in a hot minute.
Yeah.
Last time being under disguise for the entire duration. What is running through Zaran's mind as you are just walking back? It's through the Merchant District, through the center, through Academic, all the way down to where the Sultanate is, and its kind of surrounding buildings. Yeah, what's going on on the interior for Zaran right now?
I think it's a little bit of just nostalgia for being home. Where it's just like, yes, they've been gone for a few months, and yes, they came back for like a week, not even. But
And
just,
largely
like,
under duress.
yeah. It's like, wow, not a whole lot has changed. Which honestly makes sense, A. B, is a comforting feeling of just, because they are home. They are very much home, even for a brief bit. But I think more than anything, it's anxiety mixed with determination for what they have to do.
Yeah.
Because they know how important this task is.
Yeah. I think kind of in thought as you approach the palace and wind up nearby, who is the first of your family to notice your arrival?
Of my family.
Yeah. I think you get a response from Palace Guard, the other Hawk Guard, those who are assigned here, of surprise but deferential. Some of them were clearly kind of like clued in on the fact that you were going to, like, they were anticipating you. Some were not. But like, I think you have this reaction like on the entrance to the Sultanate specifically, where like one of them clearly got the memo and like kind of respectfully stands aside with their spear, and the other one like fucking drops, but then like looks at the other one, is just like, oh, okay, and like stands up to the side, puts their spear up, lets you forward.
Honestly, the most likely thing is his mother.
Yeah.
I'd imagine, who was just like posted at the very front.
Yeah.
Had just the idea put in her head that they were returning, has just been there ever since.
You see that, like, near that front entrance, near, like, one of the, like, under the shade of some of the nearby foliage, just, like, nice, comfortable hammock chair. There is a stack of clearly read books next to her. Like, she has been posted here for, like, a hot minute. And, like, here's the shuffle of armor. Like, here's footsteps approaching. Kind of looks over, like, okay, well, next entrance of the day. And then, like, actually sees that it's you and, like, freezes for a minute before, like, bookmark. Goes in, like, stands up, just does, like, a really quick dust off, and then, like, walks over to you as fast as she can without running. And then just, like, almost hard to read expression. It's not anger, it's not joy, it's just this, I think it's a deep concern mixed with, like, clearly trying not to cry, and just gives you an enormous hug.
Absolutely returns that hug, no hesitation. Just buries his face into her shoulder.
I've missed you so much.
Likewise, dear mother. And just kind of pulls back, just like has his hands like on her shoulders, looks her over. You've been well, everything has been fine.
It's been a time. Better than most. It's been, there's been movement, it's been there's so much, but even more for you, I'm certain. Okay. Your room is ready for your stay. I know obviously your father wants to see you. Libra's around, though I believe he'd intended to meet with, had some number of contacts he needed to attend to. Semsuma and Mila are not far. If you wanted to see, we can call everyone together for I don't know how big you want. I'm just glad you're back. And
Thank you.
I kind of like face not sours, but like gives a regrettable expression of, and I assume not for long, as it has been, but I can only hope for longer.
We shall see.
Alright, that's a no. Got it.
I promise I will make the most of my visit, at least while I'm here for now.
And that's all I ask of you, this time.
Of course, of course.
Please, do you have any traveling companions? I know last time we hadn't quite, surmised your relationship, but I believe there were some number of individuals who were around you, with you?
Yes, they are all in the city, currently.
I see.
Would it be too much trouble to house them in the guest quarters?
It's half empty. Well, we've got more than enough room. They can come by.
Fabulous.
I'll...
And we have a few foxes, if we can put them in the stables as well.
Oh, yes, of course.
Wonderful, wonderful.
You might want to, bring your friends with you, or have... We can send Hawkguard out to retrieve them also, just to make sure they're let through the front.
I can probably get... Actually, how about I send Libra to get them? They all know Libra.
Perfect.
So you have my undivided attention until they get here.
All right.
How does that sound?
Great. I'll send them a missive. Your father's in meeting with the monitorists until, well, session sort of ended an hour ago, but it clearly hasn't. But soon, hopefully.
Sounds about right.
Yes. Making progress, apparently. But it's ongoing and a bit tense, I think. But would you mind just... What's been going on, Zoran? Oh, extremely not Zoran.
You're so funny.
What's been going on, Erasmus?
The best part about that story is I genuinely do not know where to begin. It's been long. It's been a hard road, but more than anything, I've got to see things I've never, ever dreamed I thought I was ever going to. I've gotten to experience snow. Snow! Feel the cold, slip on ice. I've gotten to do that. And
there's a glimmer in her eyes. There's a... As much as I have hated that you have been gone in many ways, I've also... I remember what my times were like outside the city, and for you to get to experience even a fraction of it. Hope you've not taken it for granted.
not in the slightest. You know how long I've been dreaming to see anything, to see the ocean. How tall the trees can get. How you can't even see the top of a mountain when the clouds are low enough. I've been dreaming about this for years, and I've gotten to experience so much. I've gotten to see both the best of the world and, unfortunately, also some of the worst. But I would not trade those experiences for anything. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
Of course.
More
of course
than
I do.
anything.
I come from much, much further away. I'm glad the stories I've told you of the Gaiul continent have clearly instilled a want to see the world. And
You always did tell the best stories.
well, it's your turn now, so come on. And
Oh,
will
dear.
guide you inward. Kind of takes you aside into the palace and into one of your more kind of past the point of official access, like less into the Sultanate as a governmental building and into it as a proper capital P palace. And you note that she's taking some very specific routes to like avoid the most public areas of the Sultanate.
I almost like to imagine this is a very practiced thing that they've done before.
Oh, for sure.
So it's like nothing has changed. They know these routes by the back of their hand.
Yeah. I think, yeah, with that, with the fact that this is such a thing that is so that is second nature at that point, you like immediately clock that it's likely like the monetarists, like the other governing individuals, don't know that you're supposed to be here. Like, don't know that you may be coming, and maybe trying to keep heat off of you to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, then, until Libra gets here, unless you want to hold on until your father's ready, so that we might talk collectively. I'm dying to hear about your time away.
Well, I'll tell you some things, but I should save a lot of it for him too. You know how he is. But how about this? I met a dragon.
A dragon.
An actual dragon.
Where? And what kind?
Well, I shouldn't tell you where for their privacy.
Intriguing.
Actually, a rather dear friend of mine. I have several draconic friends now, isn't that funny? Isn't that how weird that
Fuck
world
it, she's
works?
gonna roll an insight check.
Go
Just
ahead.
like, fucking, what? Oh, well, that's a 25.
They're telling
So,
the truth.
well, yeah, obviously, but like, just is like clearly studying your face of just like, you can't, you've gotta be joking me.
Yeah.
Like, is in disbelief that were even possible, potentially. But like, in reading you, just mouth agape to some extent. She's like, you are friends with multiple dragons.
Multiple, mother. Multiple.
Summer, I want to hear this. I want to hear this so bad. Okay, but I need who, where, how, all of the above. When?
Recent. The first one I met was a few months ago. I won't say exactly where, for their privacy. They don't tell people that they are. They disguise themselves to look more humanoid, of course.
Interesting. I suppose that makes sense, but I'm not sure I'd ever considered it fully. I suppose there could be a great many dragons among us if they kept them. But they'd always been written as such pompous creatures. You'd think they wouldn't have the. They'd want to show off, but I suppose that's dragons as written by others frequently, right? But they write their own books. Do you think we have books in our library written by dragons?
Oh, most certainly. It's showing off in their own way is probably the best way I can put it. I met one who used their abilities to make the rivers look immaculate. Kept the place pristine. Just because they could, as they lived among the populace. Kept a faint mist, almost glittering in the air. I was always so wrong about dragons. Because the stories we would read were all dragons were evil, bad. The heroes were the dragon slayers. And I am now friends with many. I've fought a dragon.
Insight check. Is like truly dumbfounded to some extent. Hey, that's still a 15, so pretty solid.
Yeah.
And obviously there's nothing to be rolling insight against, really. But just it is absolutely scanning you this entire time and just in awe. The idea of this secret world of dragons that you have discovered on your travels, it has fully enraptured Nina.
Mm-hmm.
What did you win?
We did. It was okay. It was deep in the forests of the Nazgog. Me and my friends, whom you will meet soon enough, we were fighting in this ancient temple-like space. I'm talking, like, traps, everything. It was an old dragon's hoard. And we had gone in, and there was a man there that we were looking for that was helping, but sort of being controlled to help resurrect the dragon who had died. It was just its skeleton left. And the ritual didn't go as planned, and the dragon reawoke and attacked us. And as you can see, just gestures themselves, I'm perfectly fine.
Well, how'd you do? You'd never shown much proclivity for the blade. Where did you learn your combat prowess? Where did this come from?
I've always had tricks up my sleeve, Mother.
But what? How?
I've always wanted to be a hero, and I studied hard to be able to do what I could.
Fucking insight check of the century.
Do you want me to roll against this?
Please do.
What would you like me to roll for it?
Deception.
Okay.
Your target number is a 26.
Okay. That's a 1 on the die.
Mama Robbie, let's go.
Plus
Get
10 to
him.
deception, but that
I was about to say, I was
die.
definitely considering also either giving her advantage or you disadvantage because
That's why
she is
it's fine.
your mother. But this is about how that could have gone. So,
This is fine.
Immediately clocks that there is something you are not saying in that, because like, I mean, she knows. She was there. She saw you studying. She saw you trying to learn magic and was there when you frequently failed to learn magic.
Mm-hmm.
Had some proclivity for archery and the blade, but no more than like high school sports equivalent level of proficiency, right? Like you can do some target shooting, but it's not like you were jonesing to join the Hawk Guard or anything. And what does she do with that? I think you see her enthusiasm falter somewhat. Not just immediately a little confused, because she can tell from what you were saying that like everything else is true. All of the dragon fighting, the meeting these secret dragons, the exploring, the seeing all of these different fantastical sights. But why is this? Why is this wrong? And why would you hide that from her? I don't think she has an immediate answer for that. She's gonna let it go. She's not going to press you on that. But for the rest of this conversation, while you are continuing to talk to her, she's still engaged. She's still excited. She wants to hear everything. But you can tell that there's like there are gears turning in the back of her mind. She's trying to figure out why.
Mm-hmm. And I think... Would they know this? Would they
you would clock
this?
this.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. And I think immediately also just, like, tries playing it off. I cannot wait to introduce you to everyone. The smartest, the fiercest, the most loyal people I have ever met. All now adventurers alongside me. All carry their own strengths. You've met them, actually, before. Apparently, hit it off rather well with one of them. When we were last at the gala. That was here the last time I was here.
Yes. Interesting.
They were all in attendance.
I look forward to seeing them again.
I'm sure it'll be wonderful to finally introduce you all.
You hear some commotion as it seems that not the correct word, but Parliament has let out for the day.
Yeah.
Clearly, the session that Sultan Samarabi was having with the monetarists is beginning to dissipate. It'll probably be half an hour or so before the palace is like clear and safe to be around. But certainly starting. I think as you both hear that too, and Nina will like give you a bit of a smile. She's like, I suppose I should go be seen. Please ask of anything you want. I hope your friends will be in attendance soon, and I'll make sure to arrange something private for your friends and your father and I.
Perfect. Thank you, Mother, for everything from now, from before. You have always been one of my best allies to have. You've always, I don't want to say enabled me, but I am the man I am today because of you, and thank you.
You saying that with the gears still turning in the back of your head?
Yeah.
Saying the like, you've made me into who I am today, with the knowledge that you just...
Yeah.
There's a wince.
Yeah.
But so royally hidden. So professionally, like, soft turn away. You barely catch it, but you do catch it. But gives a genuine smile back and a quick kiss to your forehead, and then heads down to inform Samarabi and make arrangements.
Yeah. As soon as he goes, she's out of sight, just like the head in his hands, so she just goes, shit. Because he knows.
Yeah. Loka and Heisan. Got some shopping to do. I don't know if Heisan, if you had shopping to do, but I know Loka had some shopping to do.
I should have been thinking about. Logan can do shopping if they want.
You don't need anything? I said you don't need anything? Or better put,
Are you sure you don't want to come with?
I suppose I can come. I have nothing better to do, I guess. Not that I have money. Might as well watch you spend your massive fortune that I'm guessing you're hiding in your bag.
That's not massive.
no! Delete that! Get that the fuck out of here! Horrible.
Holy shit!
I I just got trolled by my own DM.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what a DM's for.
There's no context for that. You don't know what that means.
I mean, yeah, that could be any.
That could be any.
characters,
That-
100 platinum,
hey.
1205 gold, 3 electrum, 34 silver, and 100 copper. Could be any.
That could be
Who
Zaraj.
knows?
Meanwhile, hold on.
Ah,
Fucking. Wow, wow.
I've never
Um,
felt something more in my goddamn life.
Excuse me, give me a moment.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh.
all right.
What's
uh-huh.
Hassan
It
got in
doesn't,
his
it doesn't have to be a
pockets?
competition.
It's just
Yes,
funny.
it is, Cole. You know it is. So shut up.
All right, I want to see this.
I don't even know how you get to slice like that. So.
I've got you, Hassan.
Oh, thank you. I was about to do it anyway, but
That's
the
just
last
a
of
flat
Hassan's
zero.
money was spent paying for, I believe sending Mama
Oh, right.
Mama Sabarabi all those books.
Correct.
Oh
Hassan
my
has now
God.
been living off of Zeron.
So but the thing is, Saran's pack is everyone. This is literally
Yes, but-
everyone's money.
Yeah, but it's not in Hassan's wallet, so it's not. So he doesn't feel like it's his.
Holy shit.
Well, and
This is so good.
the money that Loka has is
Is
Loka's
also.
money.
Yeah.
You
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
You
all 100
naughty.
platinum.
Mm-hmm.
naughty, naughty. Stinky man. Stinky pirate man.
Not that,
What is going on?
So
not that
fucking funny.
Hassan would know that.
That breakdown is hilarious.
That's just. I mean, the Electrum was for the the games though that we did in.
Oh,
Ah,
right.
yes,
I forgot
yes.
about
Mm.
that.
So that's
Right, right,
actually. I should probably just delete that, but.
That's so funny though.
Look,
Oh,
I
but
want
it's
to
like-
see Loka pawn off one of those tokens as actual cash. See if he can get away with it.
It's the gradient is killing me. The gradient from like literally nothing, literally fucking dirt, fucking poor, nothing but the clothes on his back, to pocket change, to okay, like that's
That's
a lot of
saving.
money,
That's a
to
saving.
that's a lifetime's worth of money. Like, that's
The richest D&D
Goddamn.
character you have ever seen.
so funny.
And I'm probably gonna spend a lot of it today, actually. Probably,
God.
I would guess.
You going fucking
What
ham?
are you buying? Please don't buy any more cursed items. I'm begging you.
Look,
He has Hassan with him.
I'll buy a cursed item if I goddamn well please.
It went so well the last time.
Nothing bad happened.
Well, time for a side quest to the Nats cog again.
Yay.
at least we can do it quicker.
Where Loka Part 2.
He's
So- Loka and Hassan.
Mhm.
What is the plan?
So I'm gonna go and find this Tasha Ymira.
Yeah. They're in one of the significantly more well-off sections of the market. In fact, rather than having like booths and tents, they have what looks like a very permanent building location. And not just that, but the entrance is below, so you walk down into it, and there is kind of a vast workshop and storefront, at which there is an attendant who looks very bored. He's just kind of sitting, very well attired, great suit, kind of like frilled shirt. Kind of looks up at you and like pages through a book, like, yes, picking up or ordering.
Ordering?
Ordering. All right. What are you looking for? And I can tell you whether we'll need to book a consultation or not.
Are you Tasha?
No, I'm Tasha's PA.
Loka looks to Heisan.
Heisan says, "This is what you see, Loka. This is what you get when you're dealing with nobility. I mean, that is, of course. I mean, unless this gentleman has not heard of you, which would be surprising. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't heard of you, given how much of a impression you made last time you were here. Then, I mean, this man was chatting up the Sultan. Making him laugh deliriously. It has an in with him, I would believe.
Wow,
Heisan's trying to
that's
talk up Loka.
so amazing. Anyway, are you ordering or picking up? What can I do for you?
Damn.
I'm ordering. Don't mind my friend here. He likes to talk.
I'm sure you're very impressive. It's good to have you in our shop. We like exclusive clientele.
I don't know if I like your attitude, buddy.
Oh my god.
What attitude?
You got a bit of an attitude.
I'm sorry.
Now you don't have an attitude. Are you confusing me?
That's good to hear. What can I do for you? What would you like? What are we ordering?
I just want this Biden to be better.
Alright, would you mind if I took a look over it?
You're just a PA. What can you do?
A lot.
What'd you say? Sorry.
A lot.
Oh, a lot.
And more importantly, determine whether or not we'll need a consultation or not. In what ways? So this is a magical weapon. Would you happen to know if this is currently licensed under the Enchanted Weapons Index in Elthra? Or are you from out of town?
I'm from out of town.
Alright. Well, just a surcharge, not an additional check, but this will be noted and it'll probably be serialized for next time you come. Would you mind giving me a name and or company that you happen to be working with, especially if that happens to be a specific mercenary band?
My name is Ur.
Noted. Writes the symbol for U in Aquan on their sheet of paper.
Hana? This catches Loka's eye. I think actually Loka is gonna start lightly hitting Heisan and being like,
Hey son! They actually know how to spell my name. They understand it.
Yes.
I wish I could take credit. Gestures to this is very lithe, young elven man. Has just this very beautiful necklace on it. Comprehend languages, ongoing. We figured it'd be useful.
Did that come off as very humble braggy?
Yes. That is a complex enchantment to put on a necklace that thin. There's not even a visible gem on that necklace, which is usually the locus for those kinds of enchantments. It's just this thin chain, very nondescript.
Heisan is like...
So you're saying a very good enchanter.
Heisan will somehow feels a little annoyed by this. That it will say, yes, the conveniences of magic, skipping years and years of learning proper handwriting and developing one's own unique style of speech and writing for the universal translator.
I'm sorry, I don't have time to learn every language. I mean, do you know how to write deep speech?
Fuck, he doesn't.
Studies get you
Yes.
far, magic gets you farther. Also, it's, I don't know, just kind of useful if you work in customer service. So, Biden, already enchanted. Better in what way?
I can provide a brief summary. Hisan will cast identify and quickly scribe out a detailed list of its entire enchantments.
That is extremely useful, thank you.
I mean, what kind of things can I get mechanic?
I mean, I think currently, for as good as that Biden is, let's run down some quick costs. So it'll probably be like 250 gold to bump it to a +2. Another 500, so 750 total to bump it to +3. If you want, you could probably pay like 150 or 200 gold to swap out the spell that it casts with like a more powerful water relevant spell. That would probably do like once a day. It'd probably be on a charges system rather than being a cantrip.
Okay.
You can't do much with the damage with it at this point. The 2d6 is going to be about the maximum of what you can get out of that.
Yeah.
I think that's about it with the Deep Coral Bindant. I think they're actually pretty impressed with the construction of it at this point, given that it's a pretty powerful item on its own already. You might be able to change the type of damage it does, if you're interested in that. It currently does bonus cold damage, but that might be able to be modified somewhat if you're interested.
Well, that came from, like, the river stuff, right?
It did.
But I can still change that?
There's ways to adapt magics even if they're natural. It would be less changing that enchantment, like, narratively, and more like focusing that energy in another direction. Tasha's a very good enchantress.
Fascinating.
All of those would cost independently.
Well, if anybody has anything else they want to do while I think about this for a moment.
Anything I can do for you, Mr.? Gestures toward Hasan.
Hisan. And... What is... a brain fuck. I don't know if there's any sort of... Hisan's AC is already... Hisan would take off his ascot of protection and offer and say, "This offers a modicum of protection, and it is useful. However, I feel... Are you familiar with the spell Mage Armor?"
Vaguely, yes.
I was wondering if it would be possible somehow... This is just, well, a thought. Would it be possible to imbue this already, this protection scarf, ascot, whatever, with said enchantment? So even only if activated briefly.
Looking for kind of a on charges basis.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I examine the ascot?
Of course.
Let me take a look.
Or-
Well made.
or even
Good material.
shields.
Where'd you happen to get this?
This was created by a talented craftsman in Mirage by the name of Han.
Interesting. I think it's doable. If you'd be interested at some amount of cost to imbue it with the spell. How many charges would you be looking for per day?
If mage armor merely one. If possible shield, then I would say 2 or 3. 2 or 3.
I'll look to I'll ask Tasha. I think, though, would you be interested in the potential of both?
That would depend on the cost. I am very much on...
Understood.
I'm very much on a budget.
I'd say, and relevantly, this would likely dismantle the current enchantment. Would that be acceptable?
I'm sure sure that they who created this would be understanding.
Understood. Then, in that case, likely for a single charge of mage armor, not a particularly high level spell, probably for, yes, a single charge, I'd say 50 gold, cumulative per slot, so 2 charges would be 100, 3 charges would be 200. Then for shield,
One thing I will remind you, Cole, in case this affects the price, mage armor is an 8-hour spell.
I'm aware.
Okay, good.
For shield, let's say similar, but a bit more, so probably 75 for the first, 150 for 2, 300 for 3. And then the 2 combined, I don't think would conflict in resonance, but again, I can consult with Tasha.
I believe I could afford a 1 charge of mage armor and 3 charges of shield.
For the collective 350 gold?
Yes. Or I could... that seems like a reasonable amount I could pull strings for.
Understood. Would you like to process payment now? And it has been rapidly writing all of those things down. Would you happen to be interested in paying now or on pickup?
I believe I'd prefer on pickup just to get the money in order.
Understood.
But that being said, I can only surmise that Tasha has a very full backlog of work.
To some extent, she gets through it quite quickly. If you leave these here, you'd probably be able to pick them up this evening.
Alright, then payment on retrieval would be
Understood.
acceptable. And then
Either I or my compatriot will still be around.
yes.
And with the Biden, thoughts?
What are you thinking, Matt? Because if you up that to +3, that will just be, you have 2 attacks per, correct?
Yeah.
So that would just be a flat if you hit both. If you do a +2, that'd be a flat +4 damage if you hit both attacks.
Yeah.
And Furthermore, you would also have a plus 12 to hit. And that's pretty freaking high.
That's a lot.
That's true. I'm also thinking, I'm also thinking about doing, instead of shape water, to control water. But I don't know if that's actually going to be particularly useful.
Let's look at let's have a look.
Being a 4th level spell would probably be at considerable cost too.
Yeah.
Especially considering I don't think you can cast 4th level spells otherwise.
Control water is also a highly situational spell and requires already a large body of water.
Yeah.
It's not like tidal wave.
Well, I think, yeah, let's just do, I have too many windows open. Let's just make it a +3 weapon.
Okay.
And I think we'll call it good.
Payment now or on pickup?
Under now.
All right. That's 750 gold.
750.
Wow.
Or 75 platinum if you got it.
Tidal wave is a 3rd level spell. Somehow. Jeez.
Yeah. I do have
75 platinum.
How convenient.
When did we get platinum? When did you get platinum?
Oh, that's right. I'll pay in gold.
Fine by me. Bars or coins?
Coins.
All right.
Do you have like a sack that I can put it in? Cause I don't count too fast, but I know
We have
how
a
much
receptacle.
Oh.
I'll place like a box in front of you. It's basically got like a funnel on it.
Fantasy coin star, my beloved.
Well, they like wave. They like kind of like adjust a couple dials, and it'll stop after you put 250 gold into it. So you can literally just like upend a sack of
Start
coins
pouring
into it.
yeah, so I give monies and I'll then turn to Heisan and be like,
Yeah, so I may have forgotten that Faith gave me money, but it wasn't just for me, it was for everybody. So, here's 25 platinum for you, Heisan.
Oh my god.
If I require... Oh, I see. 25 platinum for me. Last time I remember that the cost of this was 325 gold. Was it 325 gold?
That's correct.
Ah, yes, that platinum only amounts to 250 Loka. I would think another 25 would be sufficient.
What?
I said another 25 would be sufficient. This is party funds, is it not?
Well, it's like 25 to each, right?
True. But also this is for my continued survival, Loka. You would like me to survive, wouldn't you?
What are you getting again? You're getting like a shield spell?
In the past two combats, I distinctly remember having been slapped to the ground by a giant ooze and knocked nearly unconscious, and then just about 48 hours ago, having been blown out of the sky by a ray of blinding light and sent to the ground. I'd require some more protection.
Well, so you've got 250 gold, and it's 350 gold, so how about I just give you 100 gold?
That'll work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. I had so much before.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be making more, Mr. Big Shot business owner. I hope you remember who it was that helped you with that paperwork.
Why do you think I brought you along? Hey, son, I'm trying to pay you back and not get cursed, and stop making this so difficult.
I'm not the one hiding money.
You would be hiding money if you were me too, and you don't look at me like that.
I know the reason. Shut up. His son cannot think of a good comeback.
Oh, these two yahoos.
Speaking of yahoos, Pashmina, as you are going about collecting ingredients, shortly thereafter, you actually get a tap on your shoulder and turn to see Libra.
Oh.
Hey, good to see you again. I sent out letting you know, Erasmus, has made it back to the palace, kind of said in hushed tones. And we've got space for you and the your foxes. So whenever you all, do you know where the other of you are? Current plan is for me to escort you up there as soon as you all are ready to make sure you can get in past the guard and whatnot.
Right, of course. They're doing some shopping, but I can certainly, I have a way of reaching them.
Excellent, excellent.
Then very quickly oversending is just like, hey son, look, where are you two?
His son's currently accosting me and making my life hell!
I am merely lecturing him on the. I'm merely lecturing him about his. I'm going to say convenient unveiling of funds provided to him by Fayhue.
Can I get that in plain common?
Fayhue gave me money for all of us, and I forgot that it was for all of us, so I still have it.
Oh. Well, I guess we can get that sorted out when we meet back up, which, should be soon. Libra's here with me, saying we should probably head to the palace.
Where are you?
Out in the market.
The market's huge, pass me, where?
Whichever of the districts has the most, magical components.
Well, his son and I are by the enchanting stuff, so that can't be too far away. Okay, pass me. We'll find you. Just keep a lookout for a small little fish guy. And a big old bird.
I'm sure it will not be a problem.
His son is very short.
Just kind of awkwardly to Libra, like, I guess they're on their way.
Well, I'll wait with you. That's fine. Seems a little anxious. Is kind of like looking out and around for stuff.
Is everything all right? I mean, I guess I know this is all. It's quite a lot. With
Things are fine. I've got a meeting I need to attend later this afternoon, and I'm very curious to what I'll hear.
I don't suppose you mean the one...
Oh, no. I'm sure that'll go fine. You'll have a great time. Nina's been waiting all week, practically. No, it'll be fine. You'll find out if I have any issues.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to, a friend of Zoran's is a friend of ours.
Of course.
I guess Erasmus, but...
Will be interesting at the least. Oh, there they are. Looks over.
Can I quickly... I want to do an insight on this, like...
Yeah, for sure.
Energy. This seems very unlikely, bro, from the last time.
It is a little bit.
A 4 plus 7.
11.
He's not, like, hiding it. But also...
If he's not talking about it, then...
Yeah. It seems unrelated. Hard to get a hard read on it, but just seems to have some amount of anxiety around it. And you're right to clock that is odd.
Yeah, okay. She won't press it. I just wanted to see if that was, like, if I was getting an accurate read on the situation.
Yeah, you are.
Strange. Okay. Hi, Hassan. Hey, Loka.
Hi, Pasmina. So,
Hello.
here's 25 platinum.
Platinum.
Yeah,
Okay.
she gave me 100 of them.
Well, thank you. I guess I would have rather have been able to thank Fayhue, but you said 25.
25, yeah.
Oh, yay.
Well, I told you that Fayhue said that she missed us, and then you were like, okay, let's spend time with her. And then you're like,
I know.
girls, let's go!
We'll be able to catch up more later. There's a lot to do. Are you two ready to come along?
Very much so. Heisan paid the 325. Heisan paid the 325 gold.
Excellent.
Then, we shall follow after you. Although I should get the girls, and then we'll follow after you.
Oh, yes, of course.
And we'll go to where. I imagine that if not, probably not in the stables, but if there's anywhere where there's like temporary, like,
yeah, for sure.
for people who
There's
are not
like
necessarily,
posts.
like, stopping.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Easy
then-
enough.
Hmm.
Yeah, and grab the girls. And yeah, Libra does his best to take a not too circuitous route, as to not just be like walking this little band of misfits straight into the palace. But Will does end up going through the front gate. It's not it's not such a big deal that you can't be seen at the Sultanate.
You're right.
So we'll get you there just fine as folks are gathering. The Sultanate is very empty now, no longer packed with all of the various politicians and persons of interest required to do their daily business in attendance. And it is easy enough for everyone to make their way in here. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a quick 5, because I got to use the bathroom.
Okay.
So, BRB. Beep. Alright, the squad. The squad has entered. Oh, also we didn't show off, let's look at what Erasmus looks like.
Oh, yes.
You know what, for convenience, let's say... Erasmus and Nina have been hanging out in the exterior, kind of exterior gardens, when the squad arrives.
I have a question before we get there.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm getting the sense that we are going to talk to the Samarabis today. Like that's going to happen in the next.
It is kind of late afternoon at this point, so late afternoon, evening. I mean, up for debate. It sounds like Erasmus certainly is going to.
What's better with dinner with the parents? Come on.
I need to, like,
Okay, then I'll wait to do something until I'm more certain about how things are gonna go.
There's a Nina. There's Erasmus and Nina.
Yeah.
It's a good new mini.
Yeah.
And Samarabi's inside. So let's just grab this entryway. Isan. Zeron. We already grabbed you. That probably removed you from. Okay, it did not. Good. Peshmina.
Alright.
Loka.
Full disclosure, since there's not combat, I'm going to close out a Terra Splatter so my brother can have access to our Steam account. Online.
Sounds good.
That's okay.
Gotta play Helldivers.
I don't think he's been playing Helldivers.
True hater of democracy. Right.
Yeah.
And then Libra.
Now that we're on the board, can we get called to it?
Oh, yes. Beep.
Yeah.
And now we can make Hassan do whatever we want. Because he's not on the board anymore. So.
You can give everybody permission. Give everybody permission for Hassan.
Hassan attacks the king.
Okay. Look, if you want me to fucking, what's it? If you want me to negative energy flood and turn him into a zombie, sure, I'll do that right
So
in
we're
front of
calling this session the Red Wedding.
Yeah.
And,
Bruh. Ultimate betrayal. The long con.
Zeron's actually been, the Ignith, the Gifted Mind, the whole time.
Holy
Bob,
shit.
where are you going to tell them that?
No.
Pretty wild.
Oh.
Just gonna quietly add this red dragon morph to Hassan's miniature. Anywho,
Oh, please do. I'd like to.
the group of you have entered. Libra is very much like, I can take the foxes if you want to. Move around. And over there. And Nina kind of like is giving a like 2-hand wave at the little group of you, and Libra waves back. Here, I'll grab the foxes. You go
Mina is suddenly real nervous.
figure things out.
Hassan will gladly walk up to Nina and say, "Good to meet you. May I? Forgive me. I do know royal decorum. May I shake your hand? I don't know. I don't."
Please do.
Of course. Thank
Erasmus, I assume these are your friends. They're the ones I recognize from that ball. So I think
Yes.
I don't remember.
Yes.
I apologize for not remembering most of your names.
Oh no, of course. I don't believe we ever met. I'm Hassan. I am told, although I will happily say that I am the one who convinced your son to send you several rare books of plants. I hope you appreciate
Oh, yes. I was very much curious about that delivery. Would love to hear this. I've heard some stories so far, but would definitely love to hear the story behind that in specific. They kind of have their own corner of the library now.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. It's good to hear. It's nice to hear that they have been properly preserved and not fallen into the hands of several kobolds.
That's a very interesting and specific thing to say. And the other two of you, I feel like I've seen. I remember. Ooh?
You remember me?
Hello. You did make quite a memorable appearance at the gala. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
I don't think I'd registered that you were traveling with Erasmus at the time, though I
No.
suspect that might have been the point.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, well, you're forgiven.
Oh, Peshmina looks like she could die.
Do you too?
Oh.
And
Pashmina, are you going to introduce yourself?
What's right. Hello, we weren't formally introduced at the party so much, though I did appear before you, alongside Feihu.
yes,
hearing.
I recall. That's where I remember you from. And Nina points at Hassan.
Remember me from where? Sorry.
When we were the Fearing with Feihu.
With Lady Feihu of Mirage.
Ah, you saw that, did you?
Many people
yeah.
did, I believe.
Well, know that my feelings about your husband's politics do not extend to yourself.
I respect your opinions and your right to have them.
Thank you.
But you said Pashmina.
Peshmina Rosegrove.
Rosegrove. Of the Motla Rosegroves.
The very same.
Fascinating. Erasmus, you have such interesting friends. From a local points to Hassan, very not local points to Loka, and over the mountains significantly, quite a trek. How'd the four of you manage to coalesce? This is it's been too long.
It's quite a long story.
Also, Peshmina, Nina's going to roll insight to try and surmise your awkwardness.
Perfect.
Get him.
What do I roll? I don't know if she's... It's not deception so much as she's just trying to be...
Yeah, it's not you're not attempting to be deceptive. I think the biggest thing is like you are allowed to interpret this. You rolled a 12, which I would not say is quite well enough to clock the precise reason. I think she just interprets this as like, yeah, it sure meeting the queen one-on-one is pretty a lot. It is kind of a lot in its own right, and she is very conscious of that.
I feel like her eyes keep flicking to Zeron for like reassurance. This is fine. This is going fine. Everything is fine and normal, and this is not bad.
They have all been very, very kind friends of mine since we met, some few months ago now. We originally met at a festival held in Mirage. The festival of the, what's the I don't remember
Glittering
the exact name. I know it's the
Sands.
lightning.
Yes,
Yeah,
I've never
Glittering Sands.
been.
There we go. Yes, we had all actually met up there.
Funnily enough, I feel like she starts to tell the story, and then she's like, "Oh, but I don't know if we met before that, technically."
When?
And just kind of like quickly, she's like, some of us have met before that, but it was the Festival of Glittering Sands that we officially reintroduced one another to each other's company. I actually had met both Lady Pashmina here and Hassan in Althra itself before.
Ah, yes, he helped me pick out clothes. Very kind
I
of him.
did.
I'm so
You're welcome
glad
for that, by the way.
to have such a band of friends to having protected my son.
Did I detect hesitation there? That's not Hassan.
Go ahead and roll me insight.
Oh, that's a 9.
9.
Not great, I guess.
Noted. You get the sense that all of that, completely honest, clearly is very grateful to all of you. But you get a little bit of the sense that she's kind of sizing you all up, too.
Yeah.
Of just like, awesome. So these are the people that have been taking my child on a whirlwind tour of Rackentha. And also, I know that he has fought dragons. And, like, gotten out alive somehow. And I'm trying to figure out how in the world any of that is true. Collectively.
Because last she knew, Pashmina was just a traveling dancer.
Yes,
and nothing more.
a performer.
We have
I
a
have
dancer,
my son hooked up with.
a scholar, and whatever the hell Loka is. That is as far as it went.
Yeah. Like, yeah. It's... But also, like, that is... It's not layered cynically. Like, she's not trying to evaluate... I'm giving you a lot of information on a 9, but I think it's more fun and interesting.
You can stop whenever you want.
Just there is not cynicism there. A part of the insight there is that she's being genuine. She's not, like, hiding anything.
Okay.
So, like, yeah, just, like, asking and looking for the read, like, is doing some combination of, like, trying to figure you all out, while also being genuinely stoked to meet all of you and see what's going on. Then, would you mind, here, let's find somewhere more comfortable to sit. The Sultan's finishing up some business, but I've found some time for us to settle and talk together for the first time in ages, if you would be amenable. I understand that you might be somewhat tired from the traversal, so if you'd like just to settle down, that's also perfectly reasonable, but I have to admit I'm particularly eager to have a talk with all of you.
Oh, of course.
It would be alright to have a chance to maybe wash off the dirt of the road, as
Please.
it were.
Here, I'll find a place for us to meet, and you all can come in when you're ready. These gestures to, like, the building next to you, and it's just like, so this is our like, guest quarters. Take it over, do whatever you want with it. It's fine. I'll be
Hospitality.
in the palace, of course. Kind of a good
Just
stage.
big, deep sigh.
I was gonna
as
say,
soon as she leaves.
yeah, deflates. Just like, okay.
Well, that went along better than I thought it was going to originally.
Oh,
Welcome to my home.
It's very large.
Mm-hmm.
I had that same thought, yeah.
Well, let me play a good host, or else I will never hear the end of it from my mother, so please follow me. And we'll lead everyone inside the guest quarters and just kind of give them the grand tour of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, but like, who am I allowed to talk to and who am I not allowed to talk to? And like, who can I boss around because I know you know?
Boss around because you know me. Funniest answer is Libra. However, not sure how effective that is going to be. The
I'm sorry.
idea, hysterical though. True answer, don't be bossy. You will be talked about behind your back. I promise.
You have entered the realm of court drama, Loka. Everything you say will be remembered.
Yeah, best
Trust
not
me
to,
when I say that is so very true.
best not
Although
to tarnish this good reputation you've worked on.
Mm.
So, but like if I need something, I just...
There are plenty of servants around the ground that would be happy to assist you. You are now known guest of the Sultanate.
That's what I mean, though. Like, how do I know if somebody's a servant or not? Because what if I start telling somebody to go get me like I don't know, like a steak or something, and I accidentally say it to like.
Are you intending to just be casually asking for steaks at any given moment?
I don't know, but I figure if I can live in the lap of luxury, I might as well, you know, take advantage of it at least a little bit. Bring me a souffle! I don't know what a souffle is, but I've heard you all talk about it.
At once, my lord. And Zerai will do a very extravagant bow to Logan. I would be honored to grant you such a request.
Wait, so you're gonna get me food?
If that is what my lord wishes.
Ah, you've done it now.
I'm so confused.
General rule of thumb, if anyone bows or curtsies to you, would just passing you by, those are probably the perfect people to talk to. If you are that worried about talking to the wrong person, just find me. I'll talk instead.
Okay.
I won't be staying here, unfortunately. I have my own chambers to get back to. But I will always be a call away. Does anyone need a general rule of the land, or are you just all going to be here?
Oh,
I mean, I would like I said, a chance to make myself a little more presentable, but after that, I'm ready for whatever.
Nothing I can think of.
Wonderful. Then,
Oh.
if you shall excuse me, I'm going to go back up to my own bedchambers and see how embarrassed I was to have left it in such a state when I left. So, I will call upon you all anon.
Very well.
Bows courteously and will head on out back up to their own own bedchambers.
I don't know if Hasan and Loka are allowed to clock this if they want to. I feel like there's like a little disappointed pout from Pashmina. We're out here and he gets to be in there.
What, you wish to spend the bed here? What you wish to spend the night in the bed chambers of the prince?
Gross. Coming from you? I don't like that. You're basically my brother. Please don't talk about that.
What? What do you think I meant?
You
I mean, you wish to spend
sometimes you
time
talk
with
and
her-
you.
You wish to spend time with him, correct? Did I say something wrong?
If you think there's nothing wrong with that statement, then I'm not going. It's fine. You know
Okay.
what? Forget I said anything.
I'm happy
I'm-
you think of me as a sibling, though.
You are like a brother to me.
Thanks.
Am I like a brother?
You are more like a very. Oh wait, no, you're talking about Ashley.
God, I wish you would have finished
If you were about to say weird uncle, she would have not had any like dissent. Like, less brotherly and more like just one of my best friends, Loka.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
I mean, just different.
Okay, doesn't look like my brother, but
You know what? It's better. Yeah, because you can't choose your brothers, but you can choose your best friends. So you know what?
Oh.
and like hugs you.
Also, weirdly enough, I would feel more comfortable talking about certain things with you than Hasan.
I understand.
Anyways, I'm going to use the laboratory.
Okay, I guess we'll be in our rooms? Question mark. I don't know.
I guess I'll be ready in a moment. Just yeah. Ishmina locks herself in the bathroom. Pashmina is taking her bag with her.
Okay.
And while she's in the bathroom, I've been holding onto this item for so fucking long.
Concern.
She's
Nina's gonna kill the king.
No.
God.
Pashmina's gonna take the single mushroom that she has been holding on to from the Nat's Cog that has the 24-hour like senses emotions thing about it. You remember?
I do. God, that was a long time ago. Can you... I'm going to ask you to roll me a survival check to ensure that you have packaged this mushroom in such a way that has not rotted since then.
Please, please, please. I've been literally holding for this specific... It's a 13 plus 7.
20 will do it. For sure, for sure. It smells. It has an odor about it, but from what you can tell, it's perfectly safe to ingest.
She tried to dry it as best as she could. Alright. She takes that son of a bitch.
Yeah. Takes a minute for it to kick in. You kind of eat it, and then you're like 5 minutes in, and you're just like, I don't know if this is supposed to be like really working. You step outside, and then like as soon as you step outside, Loka and Hasan, what have you been talking about, and what are you feeling?
Well, so I thought the idea was that it specifically shows you how a person feels about the person who
Right.
consumed it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Loka and Hasan, right now, how do you feel about Pashmina?
She just called me her best friend. I'm so happy.
Aww.
General friendly affection and a little bit of lingering confusion for what did I say that was so weird.
Excellent.
Succulent images. Funny.
Yeah, Cole, can you summon me back to board?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's working.
You know, I thought it would be a bit more. Thought it would be a bit more interesting. It'd be interesting being in the palace. I thought it'd be more bustling, and I suppose we came at an off hour.
You get the sense that, like, yeah, because it's not, like, in session right now, it's actually quiet and, like, intentionally so. Giving the Sultanate some privacy is valuable.
Rather peaceful, yes.
I almost wish I could. I almost wish I could. Hey, Sons. Listen to do some people watching. Listen to some idle chatter. That would be fun. Honestly, that sounds like fun. Maybe we'll get to do some more tomorrow, if we're here tomorrow. I wouldn't mind being here tomorrow. Oh dear, I forgot to tell Zoran about. Oh, right.
About?
Oh, yes, I hadn't even neglected to mention, I asked Astior to do some scrying on a certain witch we both know, or witch's apprentice we all know, and she is now in the pinnacle, supposedly.
What?
At the pinnacle.
What?
Yeah, I suppose I should have mentioned that. I apologize. I was...
Well, okay. Yes, but also knowing how much is on their plate right now.
Yeah, I suppose it would not serve to
You should definitely tell them, but it's not a good time, is how I would put it.
I understand and agree.
But definitely sooner rather than later, I suppose. That's really weird. And
Yes.
concerning.
What do you think they're doing there?
Alliance of convenience, perhaps. I don't not like to think of shot in the dark, although it seems we have dried up many of the Chancellor's useful pawns, so I suppose it doesn't help to have more. Although I don't know how much of a pawn the witch would be willing to be.
I can't even begin to imagine what must be going on. It feels unprecedented, frankly. But in the meantime, we have some other pressing matters, Mo.
Yes, we do.
Zoran, what have you been up to?
Yes. It's super dumb, but I think they get to the room and it looks pretty much like, like amazing compared to when they last left. Like, they just took care of it. But it's all of the little things from his childhood that are probably in there. It's like, oh shit, I can't have them see this. Just like the giant pile of, like, fairy tale stories just like left on like a shelf. He's like, no, I can't have that. I can't have that.
The like multiple annotated copies of Teodosio books.
Absolutely. Like shit.
Like spine creased so much you can tell whoever had it read it 1,000 times.
It's just like panic getting the books and just kind of like shoving them in. Like, if there's, like, a chest or something in their room, just, like, shoving them in, like, trying to rearrange everything so it all fits. And even then, it still doesn't close correctly.
Right.
So, like, god damn it. So they grab a rug, throw that over top, so it looks like it was, like, kind of like a set thing.
Amazing.
They're trying to get comfortable in this space again, even briefly, even temporarily. But it's honestly, they're probably doing this more than anything. Yes, they don't want the others to see it just because they will never hear the end of it from honestly any of them, good or bad. And it's also be a distraction of what they know is to come.
Yeah. After a little while, you get a little knock on the door frame, and you see your mother behind you. Your father and I are going to be in the around the fountain. We've gotten the servants to gather some food and whatnot for you and all of your friends. If you'd ever like to come down and talk.
Of course. I shall go fetch them. Will Shuma and Robbie be there? Or just
Not
you
tonight.
and Father?
Just the two of us.
Of course. I will go grab them right away then.
Right.
Does she look okay? Is that like... It's just because, yes, this is their mother, but it's also like, they see, like there's something going on that there's like, it's not the same. Can I do like an insight?
Yeah,
check
go
to
ahead and give me
see,
an
like,
insight
how
check.
she's just doing physically.
Give me an insight
mentally.
check and I'll give you advantage.
Bet. That one's not bad. That same thing twice.
You know what? Just like
14
for fun,
plus
for the rest
6?
of this scene. 14 plus 6 is a 20. It's very good.
Yeah.
For the rest of this experience, and I might just establish this in general, both you and Nina have advantage on insight against each other and disadvantage on deception against each other.
I'm so here for this.
Fucking
Absolutely. Love this. Eating this up. So I rolled a 14 2 times, so it's just a dirty 20.
Yeah. Mixed. Clearly happy that you're around. Definitely some of those, kind of mixed feelings around, looking at you in your room for the first time in a hot minute.
In months. Probably half a year now, right?
Probably. Because when you were here last, you were not staying at the palace.
Yeah. No.
So there is some nostalgic melancholy there. There is an amount of what feels like, I mean, you both were kind of talking around it, but she kind of knows you're not going to be around for very long. Or at least, has clearly internally made that assumption. So kind of is very much I'm going to take advantage of the time that we have together, but also boy, howdy, given what you just told me about your adventures outside, do I kind of feel conflicted about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wild. All of that together.
I'm glad you're having fun, but God, I miss you, B, I worry about you literally every waking second.
100%.
Yeah.
Mama.
Here, how about I walk you to the gardens? Once I see you seated, I will go grab my companions.
Yes. Certainly.
Wonderful. Please, and they'll extend their arm for her to take.
And she'll gladly take it. We haven't talked in a moment, and I have an assumption, given the last we saw of her, but you're not still in contact with Sibella, are you?
Very much the opposite.
She'd quite a falling out after your last visit, but
I think it's Zeron's time to try and like hide any bit of just like reaction to that.
Mm-hmm. She'll before looking. I just wanted to I'm sorry I didn't notice. What kind of effect she was having on you and her intentions therein. I think I had been caught up in a lot of... It wasn't that long since Suma and Mila had gotten together, so it was an exciting time, but I failed to see. And I'm sorry for that. And I'm glad that you've since been able to live free of her. Now she's gonna make an insight check.
Mm-hmm. I'll honestly roll deception just to like try and hide the face because he's trying.
Yeah, it's worth it.
It's still really good.
That's
still
a natural
really
20.
good. Okay, well I rolled a 9 plus 10, so 19.
19's good.
So-
20 puts her at a solid 26.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
So you
nose.
do a good job of stifling the face, and she
Mother
kind
knows
of
best.
gives a reaction and just kind of like stops dead in the hallway, looks around to make sure there are no like royal attendants nearby, and kind of like whispers and just like, she's not still going after you, is she, or chasing you? You haven't been. What?
And I think that's when like the general like facade falls, or it's just like it's the shoulder slump. This is more Erasmus than he has been. It's more just like the son Erasmus more than just the prince.
Mm-hmm.
She has been in contact with the witch in question. And
Still.
just recently, she had found me and my companions.
Unconscionable. Huh.
She still believes that it's
And it's visible, like this is really hard for him to talk about.
she still believes that there is a chance that she and I will end up together, that she will get the future she wants. That if she manages to do what she wanted to, that she would use me to get into your good graces and father's good graces and be allowed back into the city and pretend that nothing ever happened.
And she's an even greater fool than she exposed herself to be. Gods above. The gall.
Get her ass, Mama Robbie.
I need this to be very, very apparent. I don't blame you. I don't blame Faber. I don't blame anyone for the arrangements between us. I was happy to do such an arrangement because it benefited everyone. I'm just sorry it ended in the way it did.
But it didn't benefit you, Razi.
Sorry.
No. It didn't.
You're noble to have chosen what was best for the house, but... well, I suppose we've seen how that turned out.
Honestly, I think there's like tears like welling up. I just wanted to be someone that you and Father could be proud of. And if it was doing that, then I was happy to.
There's a moment's hesitation there, but Nina like turns, gives you the full hug. I'll always be proud of you, Erasmus. Always. I am proud of you. I have always been proud of you. I've been worried for you, concerned for you, but never not proud.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you. And I'll just hug her back. And they're still just trying not to, like, just cry, because they're like, damn it, I just spent so much time, like...
Yeah. As soon as you break off, her handkerchief is out. She is wiping away tears, for sure.
It's like the thing where they just, like, both look away.
So look away. You both, like, do the classic thing of, like, you step right beside a pillar to make sure there are no servants around to see both of you crying.
Absolutely.
Oh, all right. Whew. All right. Fountain with Father, right?
Of course. Please.
All right. Let's go.
Of course. Just we'll lead her back over.
Yeah.
Make sure that she's properly placed. I figure Dad's gonna say something before I grab the other. Is he not there yet?
No, he is there.
Okay.
Out behind by the fountain. There's been a raid, a number of... What are these? All right, noted. Never... don't worry about those.
What?
I had never noticed that element of this environment before.
I love one of them just has a block of cheese in it.
Yeah, I assume it's for like some kind of pet, but I don't know what's going on back there.
Like shelving maybe, or like, I don't know. It's kind of... Well, it sure looks like cages.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get my mini over there. Give me like 500
wait,
years.
I
wait,
got
that was
you.
my son's. I'm so sorry.
There's another Nina. That's fine.
I don't know why I have access to Hason's mini.
Here.
Oh, because...
I've got you, Zara.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Boink.
Because I'm like,
We didn't think Hason was coming back to the board, so we just figured we all could.
LOL.
We were still
Just eat him around.
LMAO.
Where is he? Where's he?
Nina kind of takes a step around. Imagine that there is food. I'll put it up later, maybe. This kind of platters around. Just very aggressive.
Headphones for the 40th time this session. Sal's listening on my thing, so it's the headphone splitter.
Funny.
So it just makes it 10 times heavier. It's not my fault. It kind of is. Alright, I'm here. Hi, sorry, I missed like the last 5 seconds.
No, you're good. There's the most royal opulent charcuterie you can think about.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Arrayed like all the way around this grand fountain in the middle of a desert city, crystal water, like just it's just like, oh yes, just a snack. Just, we've got treats around.
Oh, it's tea time.
It's tea. Yes, exactly. Clearly, like, intended for dinner. There's, like, meats and little entrees, lots of finger sandwiches. What is it, finger shawarma?
Little shawarma.
But, like, as soon as the Sultan sees you, expression goes from, like, something you've seen so many times of just being very tired, having been busy all day, finally relaxing, cheese and crackers in one hand, like little slightly overfull glass of wine in the other, sees you, and that fatigue just vanishes. Like as he like quickly like, I gotta put these down, okay, we're gonna put those down over there. Erasmus! Oh, it's good to see you. big hearty hug.
I was gonna say,
like
yeah, like the really
heavy
big
back
bear hug.
pats.
Yeah, enough to knock the wind out of you for sure.
Yeah, I think
if you're not used to them.
To this extent, we'll follow that up with like a hoisting you off the ground a couple inches before putting you back down.
Yes. So
I
wonderful to
sorry,
see
a
you.
little carried. Oh, it's good to see you.
It is wonderful to see you too.
Please, before we get too carried away, your friends, they're among us as well, right?
Yes, I was just escorting Mother here, and I am going to go get them post-haste.
Excellent. Please, yes, bring them around.
Of course. I shan't be but a moment.
Excellent.
Please. And respectful bow, because Sultan, and is going to go run and grab everyone. Just like the quick zoop back. It's respectfully walking when in eyesight. As soon as they're gone, just like the jog over, like, oh god, okay, here we go.
Gotta hurry up.
Yep.
Go.
And they will return back to the guest quarters, and they start walking once they get in sight of the guest quarters, and we'll then go collect everyone.
Oh, dinner time.
It is. Sultan and his wife are in attendance. It should just be the lot of us for it.
Well, that will be nice then.
So I have a question.
Yes.
What does Pashmina see when she sees you?
What? Oh god! Oh right, the funny thing. Oh god. Okay.
I'm grinning.
Don't remember the effect.
So what
Don't remember the
does
effect exactly.
what does Zoran feel about Pashmina? How does Zoran feel about Pashmina in this moment specifically?
In this moment, it's definitely adoration. Definitely affection. There is a slight tinge of just hesitation. Not regret, but worry, almost fear. Yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. It depends also, does she have the glaive with her?
Ooh,
Or has she changed her outfit?
I think she's still more or less wearing the same outfit, but she's definitely like disarmed now. Is not carrying her arms with her for this.
Yeah. Is the staff anywhere in sight?
Probably not. It's
Okay.
probably with her other things as much as possible.
So but yeah, definitely just
If provided like a chest to keep stuff in, would have put it like in there.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's plenty of
just
room
general-
in your guest
general
house.
love, but slight fear. Do I need to go into fear, or is it just that?
I don't think you have to be particularly specific. So, like, if that's what it is, that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's just like the slight bit of fear. Well, are we all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to eat. I'm ready to talk to your parents. This is gonna be so much fun.
It's going to be fun for you and you alone.
I'm sure his son will have fun too, right?
I'll enjoy eating the food, at the very least, and whatever conversations. I suspect most of this is going to be going between you and your father. I suspect that any input I make will simply derail whatever is happening. Loka, what is going to be important is your lightening of the mood here. I expect you to be the life of this and the one who keeps a smile on everyone's faces.
Oh, God,
Loka is almost speechless because he's like
How is it that we're about to dine with literal royalty, and everybody's in such a sour mood? Like, they
I'm
could
not,
be throwing us in jail.
I mean, I'm not in a sour mood. I'm simply.
No, but this won't be fun.
Listen, if you want to be thrown into jail, I can make that arrangement.
I'll break your kneecaps, Zoran.
You will try.
I will try, trust me.
Also,
I can gladly arrange that.
also doesn't help that Payson is going to cast True Seeing. I'm going to keep
Sure.
Fuck yeah, you just see me as me.
I am going to be on the lookout for any errant flames, which I will warn you about.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh no.
Or peering eyes, whatever may be looking. Payson is going to be, during the whole dinner, is going to be looking out for, I don't know, bits of like invisible scrying eyes. You know how.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
visible, correct?
Yeah. Some arcane eyes shit.
Yeah.
Some kind of Efreet meddling.
Well, does everyone have their amulets?
Yep. Very much.
Indeed.
Wonderful.
I just know that your father and your parents most likely don't have any, so it does not hurt to be careful.
No, you are certainly right, as you almost always are, infuriatingly.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to hear about that.
Please, honored guests, if you would accompany me then to the fountains.
We're honored guests.
I think just as Zeron starts to move, Peshmina catches their wrist. And just kind of like stops them very, very briefly, kind of tilts her head, looking at them, and then just gives a very, like, soft, reassuring kiss on the cheek.
If this for the mushroom's sake, nothing has changed. Other than just slight more affection. And they will actually offer their arm to Pashmina.
She'll take it.
And we'll lead everyone over.
At seeing you two arm in arm, Nina's gonna make an insight check.
That's fine. That is okay.
She gets advantage? Question mark?
She's rolling on you,
Oh.
not on Zeron necessarily. Not immediately, at least. Samarabi kind of looks over the. Finally, to meet. Oh, but it won't be to meet some of you, huh? I recall dancing with you. Points at Pashmina, the scholar who made quite an impression in court. Gestures to Payson, and the boatsman from the gala, if I remember correctly.
Hello.
I believe I was persuaded out of a drinking competition with you at that point.
Your butt, that's true.
Another time. Nina shoots him a fucking look.
What's stopping us doing it today?
Nina shoots him another look. So I have things I need to attend to later.
I feel like Peshmina's mirroring it, but like two look. A similar kind of look.
Excellent. But I would not mind your names again, if you wouldn't mind. But regardless, it is delightful to see all of you again and maybe properly meet for the first time.
Please, I would be happy to introduce all of my friends here. if you do not mind.
Please.
Obviously, you have all met briefly before during my last visit to the city. But may I officially introduce my dear friends who have been by my side for the last few months now. Over here we have the ferocious and valiant Loka, fighter from the depths himself.
Okay, hang on. You didn't even introduce me right. That's not even my name. Your own mother remembered my name and you didn't even say it right.
So my mother knows more languages than I do, but thank you.
Anyway, hi, dear Sultanness.
Oh my god.
Great to meet you again. Ooh, was it?
Yeah, he was close.
We'll give the Sultan some slack. We'll give the Sultan. The Sultan's the one that gets slack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's just like they just were. Saran was trying to keep up appearances, and that entire thing. It's just like the shoulder slumps again. They're like, "Oh man, here we go." Like, you're getting jailed.
Impossible with me.
You're getting jailed.
Ah, yes, prison for this one.
Otherwise, over there we have the most intelligent man I will ever get to meet, the studious and wise scholar, Hasan de Hedles.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction.
Of course. And beside me here, last, yes, certainly not least, the gentle-hearted, kindest soul I've ever come to know, and partner, Lady Pashmina Rosegrove.
Pashmina blushes and gives a very slight bow.
Wonderful to meet you all. Please have something to eat. Find a comfortable seat atop the anything. Just sit wherever. Do whatever you want. But plenty of food and drink and whatnot. We are dying to hear about your adventures across Rackentha. It sounds like you've had quite a time.
Is there any, like, is it, am I gonna get in trouble if I, like, get too much food?
No, if you manage to polish off what we've got, which frankly I think was a little overkill from our servants. I think they might have been expecting a few more people. I'm not sure what happened, but if you manage to deal with all of this, we can just have more. It's fine. We'll get more, but go ham.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I won't be, like, rude or something.
No, you will be perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you, your sultanness.
You, please, just, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's charming. He won't admit it, but it's charming.
It is. He doesn't dislike it. They'll
So funny.
just also grab themselves some food. I forgot they were both in flashlight mode. We'll kind of spread themselves out among the food. Or feel free to grab some yourself. But Suma and Rabi are around too. Erasmus, if you are interested in paying a visit at some point, but not in attendance immediately. I think Mila and Rabi are busy with the kids.
I'm sure. Maybe later. I'm sure.
I'm sure your nieces and nephews would love to see you, if you would not mind.
It would be an honor to see them all again. Have they grown since the last time I was here?
Enormously. Citra's nearly your height.
Is she really?
I'm getting there, at least. Maybe it's
Goodness.
maybe it's bias on my part. But no, Citri's grown quite a bit. Amarson's doing very well in their studies. Arabella's, getting into a bit of trouble, but she's doing well enough.
Ah, she takes after her mother then. Wonderful.
But
Good,
I think,
good.
yeah, it'll be, just if you ever get the chance.
Of course. I would be honored to see my nieces and nephews again.
Indeed. Pashmina.
Yeah.
So currently, Samarabi is feels toward you, mostly curiosity more than anything else. A little bit of respectful regard. Kind of get the sense that you all having kind of gotten one over on them back when you were here last, managing to subdue that somewhat, seems to have given him an amount of respect for you in the just a fine move kind of way. But yeah, otherwise largely a curiosity. Nina, way higher on the curiosity end of the spectrum, and mild suspicion. There is an amount of curious prying to her regards to the lot of you, but not in an aggressive or negative way necessarily, but in a I'm really curious to know what's going on with all of you, and also obviously you're hiding something from me, definitely, and I don't know what it is yet, and I'm not that worried about it, but I am gonna find out what it is, kind of way.
Reasonable suspicion. I think Pashmina can kind of be yep, okay, understood. I'm sure you both have plenty of questions, if that's not assuming too much.
Oh, a huge variety. To be fair, I think the majority of them largely answered by, we've gotten a little bit of the where have you been, though not exactly a travelogue. I remember, Erasmus, you'd mentioned, how you'd all met, and where that kind of started. Would it be too much to ask you to kind of run us down the history? I know we probably don't have all night to talk about it if we have specific things to discuss. And I have my own questions otherwise, but please, just, if you would not mind, avail us of the last month's occurrences. Months plural, in that sense.
Was that to me or Pashmina?
To you.
Oh, fuck, okay. This is, okay, how much have you been paying attention? Got it. That's a lie, by the way. That's a joke, by the way. I swear. It's... Yeah, of course. It's genuinely all started in Mirage. Meeting and then re-meeting most of us there during the Festival of the Glittering Sands. After said festival, we were hired by Lady Fayhue. Is her official title governor? Mayor?
Matron.
Matron? Thank you. I couldn't remember. The matron of Mirage to do some tasks for her outside of the city. And we all agreed to do so. We joined up with one another, had a cart and fennec given to us, well, lent to us, and we traveled off together. And since then, we've uncovered would-be dragon slayers. We've visited all over the Phasia. I mean, quite literally all over the Phasia.
Slightly tired look from back.
A brief stint in the Nat's Cog, up in the forest, the jungles.
Samarabi looks very impressed.
A brief stint through Dermont, but not entirely long. More
Just
time
along the river.
What a river ride that was. Sometime in Onaro, specifically Tanara. Sometime in Matla as well, Central Matla. We were there for the Harvest Festival. But recently. Which is where my last major correspondence was to your father.
See.
We've been in the mountains itself, up on giant peaks in old, abandoned dragon swords. Up in the snow. I got to experience snow. I would never wish it upon anyone. And recently, we all went through... We weren't specifically in Brodor, right? But it was like kind of like right on the outskirts.
Yeah.
We were in Brodor?
Yeah.
In the heart of it.
Okay. Yep. I don't remember.
Not quite the heart of it. More.
I'm
more
like watching the
towards
map because I'm like I don't
southeastern
remember
edge.
names. Yeah. Some brief time in Brodor, and then less than a day in Harax proper. Before we made it back here. The most recent adventure, as... Please don't hate me for this. Hab's Wrath.
Blink, blink. Indeed.
Hab's Wrath was really sad, though.
We did travel to the center of Hab's Wrath.
What lies there, other than the desolation?
Well, after us going there, probably nothing anymore.
What was there was an ancient civilization, and by ancient I mean unknowably old.
From
Measured
before the
in
deafening war.
Before the deafening war, perhaps before, who knows, before even the Kenku walked. Although, somehow I doubt that. Would have been thousands of years. Although, a bit of unpleasantness regarding that whole situation and complication.
Nina's been obviously enthralled and enthused, but like has been keeping a pretty like fairly neutral expression, like very much a tell me more, but like not really reacting in a particularly strong way. You turn a little bit to your right to look at your father, and Samarabi's eyes are sparkling. He is like so enamored with this idea, and like, I mean, Samarabi, like you, is someone who has never been allowed outside the city before.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
Nina got to see the world before this, and Samarabi, Samarabi has been outside in a limited capacity, but at this like series of adventures, you get this like, I am so proud of you. That is I mean, you broke the rules. You're not allowed. There's consequences for things. We have, but that is. Are you gonna write a book or something? I need to. And
I'm
Nina
so
kind of
sorry.
gives him a look, and he backs off a little bit. He's like, I mean, I hope that you've been very responsible on all of your endeavors. That's wow.
You know me, Father. My stories were awful when I wrote them.
Then maybe the scribe among you might be able to write them down a bit better.
I have been, although he is very cagey.
Oh, thank God. The travelogue that could come out of that. Oof. It'd sell on every street corner, I tell you.
You will be the first to get a copy.
Yes.
Wait, but I lived the story. Why wouldn't I be the first to get the copy?
The first one out of our immediate circle. How about that?
Okay.
Wonderful.
I'd pay you a hefty sum for it if you got it before me.
Do not say those words to him. Do not say those words to him.
We'll discuss it when it happens.
Understood.
I'm just saying I'm willing to deal.
Oh, jeez.
You can always hit me up via Carthax.
Nina, strong look. Strong look at Robbie.
Saran, strong look to Loka.
Kashmina is stifling giggles.
And
My son looks almost bewildered by how much of an absolute fucking dork the Sultan is.
Man,
Where do you
dorky
think
dads is
Why-
the theme of
why do you think Zeron is the way that they are?
Exactly.
cuties. I'm here for dorky dads. I'm here for dorky dads. They're so good.
Anyhow, and Nina gives kind of like enthused and fascinated, and gives kind of a longer sip of her drink. And you've, well, I suppose, a curiosity then of a. Well, all right. This one I understand somewhat. Kind of gestures to the frankly like kind of buff Loka, muscle bound, extremely maybe hard to read as a physique as a Lokatha. Maybe those muscles don't like express the same way they would on other bodies, but like a hardened, fierce warrior, as you said, a dancer, a scholar, and a prince. How did you all accomplish all of this?
Quickly over sending stones just to them. They don't know I use magic. They don't know I use magic. They don't know I use magic.
I think now is a really great time to tell him. I can break the ice for you if you want me to.
Let me just. You all say your pieces first, then I will say.
Kind of like the hesitation of you all communicating psychically before answering, and
The awkward silence.
and Nina gives a little bit of like, if it's too much to pry, I understand that not everyone comes to violence of their own or power of their own volition.
No. I mean,
No. Sorry, go. You first, Loka. You're on.
okay. So I mean, so part of it is like we have like an NDA.
What?
Alright. So we have like an NDA, so we have like people that we can't discuss because if we discuss them and we reveal their true identities, then they might get in a lot of danger. And we don't want that to happen.
Are these the secret dragons Erasmus was talking about?
You already told them about the dragons!
Okay. Yeah, his son looks annoyed.
No, I don't know their
I'm
names or
excited.
locations or anything. I just know that there are secret dragons. Again, you look over and Samarabi fucking eyes glint, like so enthused at the idea.
Oh, yes, so we are protecting secret dragons, but there's also a really big evil dragon.
Fucking shit.
You okay? Caroline, you alright?
Yeah, sorry, I did my headphones again.
Oh,
Again.
I'm so mad. I'm
you're
sorry.
good. No worries.
Anyways, I lost the point of the question. What was the question? The question was how do we do it? Oh, that's right. So, I don't know. I'm just very strong, and I can, yeah. I mean, the rest of them are kind of useless. It's mostly just me.
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way, but yes, I will agree with one thing that a large part of the strategy has centered around making sure Loka here is in the forefront, taking the worst of it, while Pashmina sort of skirmishes around the battlefield, and I provide distraction support and
I think it wasn't so much a question of strategy as well. I'll say this about Heisan. Heisan is a very skilled arcanist
Oh, thank you.
across many disciplines.
Yes, I have I have studied magic practically since I was born. I mean, might as well have been practically since I was born, since lifespan. But lifespan, growth spurt, yada 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 yada. You don't Aerococra business. Yes, I study in the bardic arts, formally speaking. Though I have been known to dabble in whatever forms I can get to serve our purposes. Whether it be perhaps more wizardry, or I've recently even been attempting to study druidic magics, although annoyingly our Locath friend seems to have more inherent connection to it than me, so it has been slow.
Very impressive, all the same.
So bitter.
I cast Druidcraft on your eating utensil, Heisan.
Wait, sorry, they did what?
I cast Druidcraft on your eating utensil.
What does it do now?
You harmless sensory effect. That predicts the weather. Hang on. I think you just see like a couple flowers like bloom on your on whatever, like a fork or a spoon or whatever, and then they just kind of like fade and disappear.
Loka, was that Nightshade?
No, I can identify it. It wasn't Nightshade. It was. You're fine. It was just being.
Precipitation to dry your skin.
Good luck, because my skin is always wet.
Yeah.
Oh, don't start.
We get along very well.
Yes. Yes, we do. Inseparable.
Clearly. And you?
Oh, I guess to make a long story short, I wasn't always a dancer, and can't really say I am one any longer. I had a tutor who was knowledgeable in certain combat and survival arts.
Interesting. Very, multi-talented group. And, well, pointedly poses the question to the group. And Erasmus here.
I feel like Pashmina puts a little, like, supportive hand on Zeron's shoulder.
Even though they said over Sending Stone they were going to, you can see the hesitation with all of this, because it's like, do I really want to do this can of worms immediately? Well, in the most recent times, I've actually taken up archery.
What?
You've seen my longbow.
You knew that, Loka. You're just being silly.
We've met an ex-dragon slayer, sort of dragon slayer, who specialized in longbows and has since taught me. So I've been doing a lot of archery. However, I have been providing my support to the group through magical means.
And, you'd mentioned you'd acquired those through great study?
It's...
Insight for the long pause.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's fine. Go ahead. I'll roll just because I'm also just trying to get my words together.
Yes.
5 on whatever it is I'm rolling. 5 plus whatever.
Sure.
Minimum 10, let's be real here. Is there any, like, servants or anyone that isn't our 6 right here?
Pointedly and purposefully, no.
And then looks to Payson as if asking if they've picked up anything from the true site.
Have I?
Go ahead and give me a perception check, and give me it with advantage since you've been like on the lookout.
Oh, that's fucking terrible.
Advantage?
8 with
Yeah,
advantage.
With advantage.
Oof.
You're fairly confident. You're quite confident that this area is super clean.
Okay. Payson will give a nod.
Their study isn't entirely accurate. Forgive me, the pauses aren't me trying to deceive you, it's how to best word everything that makes sense and yet describes everything.
You can tell that Nina, not angry with you, not frustrated with you, just worried and hoping you will be honest.
They're just kind of like holding like a wine glass in both hands. They're just kind of like awkwardly nursing it, like rubbing the side of like the metal or glass, whatever it is, like in between their thumbs. Before I left the first time, it was 3 days before the wedding was supposed to happen. I was alone on my balcony, and something spoke to me. It told me that it knew the life I was about to lead isn't the one I wanted. That I was destined for greatness, for great things. And they wanted to see that happen. They wanted to make it happen. That night, I made a deal with an Ifrit. And I've been traveling, as it's... pawn isn't a good word. Thrall isn't either, because I am no thrall. Quite frankly, the best word for it is main character. Ever since. They have gone by a few names. Mostly known as storyteller. And for the tale that they are writing with my life, I have been going under a different name. Mainly afraid that if I kept running around the Phasia as Erasmus, it wouldn't take long until I was sent back here. I went by the name Zoran. Zoran the Extravagant. And one moment, please. Forgive me for the deception up until now. And they are going to drop disguise self.
Yeah. I think you get a full Pearl's Clutch gasp from Nina for a second. But she looks you over in this deeply transformed state. And takes a step forward to look into your eyes and face, kind of like looking you over very closely. What are you feeling right now?
Shame. Fear, trepidation. I think the biggest thing is they're afraid that they are going to be cast out or looked down upon for doing such a thing. Because this is huge. This is life-changing.
Yeah.
And not really in a good way. But they're trying to be as transparent as possible, and they're worried that this is going to backfire completely.
Go ahead and roll advantaged insight against Nina, and she will do likewise.
Goddamn, you know.
God, these aren't good. Okay. Insight is going to be 18.
18.
I rolled a 4 and a 12.
The first thing she does, you both have a moment, just eye to eye, face to face, and she reads all of that fear out of your eyes. Your eyes being even one of the things that changed, right?
Yeah, it was.
Excellent people.
But you can tell so quickly, that moment of brief concern, that moment of likewise trepidation at seeing you so transformed, so changed. But as she looks into your eyes, even as they are different, she still sees Erasmus. She still sees the little prince who wanted to tell their own story. And in her, you see that concern, that worry, that also fear briefly, but then just all of that gets flooded over with likewise love and concern, and you see that she steels herself slightly right before she goes in for an enormous embrace, holding against your fuzz, against her, holding your head against hers, and feeling your posture having changed now on Fox's legs, and that stealing, you can tell that she turns that inward. That when you said, I needed to do this, I wanted to go tell my own story, that
Oh no.
in the same way that you were just talking about with Sabella, that she didn't see it, she knows that she is responsible to some extent, or believes that she is responsible to some extent. Not to a serious degree, but you can tell. And all of that expresses in this steel grip embrace. Samarabi, on the other hand, more surprised, more taken aback, but for him, you can tell the gears are turning. It's less, I am not concerned, he is not concerned for you, he is not, there's that surprise, but you're still you, and he believes that, and he's going to stick with that. You can tell he's already going through, like, how do I bribe an Efreet? He's already in
problem solving mode.
Yeah, he's immediately going into solutions mode.
Yeah, jumped the goat into like completely just how do we circumnavigate this? God.
I think realizes that, pockets that, tries to worry about the mother that is internalizing all of this right now. Just hugs her back and just kisses the top of her head and just whispers to her, "This change is not your fault. You are not responsible for this. This is all
I should have seen
me. This was all on me. I wanted this. I wanted to see the world you always talked about. And so I took matters into my own hands, and I did this. This was all me. I promise. This isn't your fault. Cybella isn't your fault. None of this is your fault. None of this is Father's fault. Robbie's fault, Suma's fault, none of it.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage. It's a big one.
Okay. Okay, one of them's not bad. That's going to be a 26.
She just cries with you holding her. And in that finds, you see that she finds some acceptance in that. And I think as she stands with you, separates briefly, you have that moment again of just a soft chuckle as she quickly and discreetly wipes away her tears.
Likewise.
Kashmina in the background also. Like, turning around. It's like, this is their moment.
Okay. Is this you now? Is this forever? Do you want it to be forever?
And in Zeron fashion, I think, just right to the joke. Well, as stunning as I look now, trust me, I adore the gazes that I get from people on the streets. No. It will not last forever. There is an end in sight, a way to break free from this pact. And I will go back to, well, how I always was. It's just the getting there.
Now, this person that you've made this deal with, this Ifrit, you said you had the storyteller, a name?
Yes. I have a name. However, if I can beg anything from you, do not try to barter with them.
Oh, you see, immediately just like, oh, no barter. A fight it is then.
Please do not.
All right, whoever you are, this storyteller.
Father, please.
I'm just saying, if I were ever to see him, it would come to blows.
And what a valiant and noble fight it would be. However, I would caution you to not fight them.
If I may pose as someone who is not as I don't want to say emotionally attached to you, not to mean as I don't care for your well-being. I care for your well-being as my friend's father, but as Erasmus, I can say with certainty that any encounter with the Jinn known as Emerald would not go well for you. Furthermore,
oh, that sounds like a challenge, young man.
Yes.
Casually name dropping.
Yeah. Yes. However, speaking, it would be more likely to simply put your son in danger. This is a self-proclaimed author we were talking about. The idea of the father coming in to save the son, I'm sure you've read plenty of stories of how that turns out in these sorts of dramatic these dramatic situations.
And I shall be the plot twist of the century.
Please, can you speak to your husband? He listens to
You're both horrified. Please don't say such a thing.
Fine. Probably.
I'll say as much, you're not the only one with these feelings, but at the end of the day, it's...
I suppose it's not the wisest to, clash magic with sword. But,
Well, look, I would say differently.
I would like my deference noted.
I will pass this along to the storyteller.
And you're certain that
Yes.
cannot be everyone has a price.
Yeah, but the price at that point is probably just gonna be like, okay, Sultan Samarabi, now you get to be the character in my story. And now you're just like his little puppet on the strings. Or whatever,
You say
know?
that and know instantly that he would do it in a heartbeat.
Oh. I think any one of us would be more than happy to try and bear this burden, but there's no good ending to complicating it more.
I took it, and I will continue to bear it. We are nearly there now. In the final act, as they say.
Make it a good one. And make sure you are the author of your own story to the best of your ability. Kind of
Cheers
like
to that.
takes you by both shoulders, Zeron, and just kind of like gives you the dad look. Just, you can do this. I know you can do this. And I'll be right there with you in spirit.
Thank you. Thank you to the both of you for having my back time and time again. I'm sorry for the deception. From when I was last here at the gala, from when I left. It was unfair to the both of you that I didn't tell either of you anything, and I am sorry, and I plan to make it up to the both of you eventually. I will take the punishment for breaking the rules, I promise. This adventure now is less of an adventure to sightsee, and it is more dire. So I ask that you let me finish it out before I return home.
I hardly think we'd be able to stop you if we wanted to. Be safe, and trust your friends. And all of you, keep this one safe. I'm watching you.
We try.
They've saved me more times than I can count now.
The opposite is true as well.
No matter how much we bicker, we will always have each other's backs.
Good. Oh gods, they made so many dumplings. Why?
I thought I ate half of them already. How are there more?
Yeah, and that was a colossal number.
I know
I've
I'm
sipped on a few.
full.
They're so good, aren't they?
They're really good.
One of my favorites.
I could have sworn we didn't tell the chef, but they've got a sense for these things, you know? Strange.
If anything, let's be real, Libra probably told someone.
Damn, you're probably right. And speak of the devil.
Do you think really quickly that maybe I could steal some recipes from a tavern?
Not a chance.
Okay, well that was just me being nice, trying to barter with you. I will
No,
not just steal them.
I promise it's not for me. Our chef has an alarmingly tight, I think they would kill you. I think they would kill you if you tried to take them. Or die. Either way.
Well, what were the words you just said? Everything for a price? Everyone has a price?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure, but you know, if anyone were to make me question that, It would be them.
I'll go. Can you introduce us?
You know, honestly, sure, why not? In the meantime, Libra, hurriedly,
Damn it.
over to the king. And whispers some things back and forth.
While that's happening, can I quickly message Saran? We were sending.
Please
stuff.
do.
What's up?
Kind of while that's happening, Kashmina, to you, it feels like we've covered a lot of ground, but still have yet more to cover. How should we broach the reason for your return tonight, or shall we leave it?
I was planning on just asking that, but it seems that something is happening, so I will wait to read the room.
Nods.
Just quickly, reaches out, takes her hand briefly, and just gives it, a quick squeeze.
Mm-hmm. She reciprocates.
And we'll just wait for Samarabi and Libra to finish.
They do. Samarabi looks quite grave. And they both turn to the group of you, and Libra bows to both Nina and Samarabi, realizing that they had not yet. Both of them fucking wave him off, you don't have to do that shit in here. Tensely, Libra, I've just gotten word back from a messenger among the Hawk Guard sent with Captain Renee.
Kashmina freezes.
The Thranian presence in Matla has been discovered by Dvorak and has accelerated things. There is a horde marching across the fields between the two.
Now?
As of when I received the message, could have begun as little as a day ago, as long as 3.
Ah,
Then we're out of time.
Yeah.
We can still...
If I'm... This is... His son starts tapping the table.
You have our attention, Scholar.
Yeah. No, his son's just tapping the table right now.
Just nervously. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Definitely not begrudging you that whatsoever. Samarabi, again, gears turning, solutions mode.
If I may make a suggestion, begin immediately making overtures to the Pinnacle and Dvorak. I believe that I don't think that if they had wished conquest of the entirety. Can I do an active perception check to see if there are eyes on us again?
Yes, please do.
That's going to be a 14.
14, clean.
Okay. Make diplomatic overtures to Dvorak as quickly as possible. What you need is time. If Dvorak wished or anticipated easy conquest, he would have done so very long ago. Despite the forces he has arrayed against him, immediately engaging non-conflict is not something that you will win, and not something that will leave anything. Is not something. Well, I wouldn't doubt your forces, but it is not something that would end without bloodshed like this continent has never seen in centuries.
Understood,
I
and I think that's a reasonable opinion. However, and I will do so, I can begin drafting immediately with some of my other missives. In the meantime, I've been talking with great haste among the monetarists to send greater aid and gain support for it. Difficult as it may be, I think I would be able to dispatch the Hawkguard's Griffin cavalry, as they would make it well enough in time and can move stealthily along the coast.
If you can get Novorak to hold an in-person conference, in person with you, get him away from the pinnacle, because we have gods. I had hoped to discuss this over a longer period of time with more, I don't know, bargaining, but we have plans to sabotage Novorak and force him into a more vulnerable position.
Let us start from the beginning. I think that is fair.
Please.
And just for exposition's sake, can I catch my mother and father up on pretty much everything that we know about Novorak?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for exposition's sake. Just going through everything.
It takes a hot minute, and Libra will be taking notes. In particular, but Libra can be trusted. So, you fill him in on the lichdom, on the threats in Matla that you'd already observed. You'd kind of informed him of, like, the tone. You'd given him the vibe check on Novorak and the situation in Matla, to the extent that he agreed to send direct help. But definitely at the extent to... the extent of Novorak's necromancy in the Western lands was definitely not known to him, and I think definitely steals his resolve somewhat in this. Kind of in that discussion talks about how he thinks like that revelation, especially given there's a lot of taboo magic in Elthra, frankly. Like magic is a fairly restricted practice. They try and keep a pretty tight control on it. I mean, you just heard and mentioned about like enchanted weapons being registered and stuff like that. That like the idea of an entire nation based on necromancy, and by nation more like militaristic power, he thinks would be pretty easy to leverage the monetarists into, at least at this point in time, basically letting him do whatever he wants with the Hawkguard.
Yeah. With everything, all our cards on the table, we are asking you a very high ask, a very dangerous ask of bringing him here. Especially now that you know what he is, what the general plan is. But that meeting would give us time to sabotage his hold in the pinnacle. To even the playing field even slightly in our favor.
Pashmina, you feel once again that surge of like, a fine move of like this prospect, like you all bringing this plan to him is like, he's not taking this any less seriously. This is not a game. He is not like reveling in joy at this prospect. But he deeply respects that you all had a contingency already, that this was an idea perceived. And I think the thing, like, you even get, like, by... If this is how, like, proud he thinks of you just for being involved in this, you can only imagine how he is internally beaming at Zeron right now.
Right.
Son, if it's a ruse you want, it is a ruse you will get. I'll do my best in diplomacy. I think I have a partner in crime who can help me draft something quite convincing. And looks over to Nina. But we'll do our best to play our part, and understood that it is a threat, but we have held many enemies in great regard within the cities of Althra, and I think we can do much to... I doubt he will cease with what you have discussed. I think his sights are set. However, I think we can convince him well that we are not the threat to face, in such a way that he would not want to displease us with his presence here when visiting.
I think Zron both visibly relaxes, but also tenses up, if that makes any sense. So it's like, okay, one thing checked off, great. But then it's just like, okay, the anxiety, what if everything goes wrong here?
I think in that moment, this whole time Pashmina has been in... It's like, internally, fight, flight, but doesn't have those options. So it's just freeze. Freeze is all that's left. But hearing this, like, hearing Samarabi so... feeling Samarabi so thoroughly, like, down for this. Just, like... She's not a person who cares about status, but understands that here it matters. Fully gets down, like, full kneel. Head bowed. Just... If you go through with this, you may truly be the saviors of Mala.
Thank me when it becomes so.
Kind of stands shakily.
He'll help you rise. He'll give you a hand up.
Regardless of what may happen from here, I have no doubt that this good deed will not ever be forgotten. I can't say that I represent my people, but all the same, I feel that the feeling would be shared.
Thank you, Sultan. It means much to me, to us, and certainly to all of those we will save doing this. I just pray that everything goes well here. Please, more than anything, keep yourself safe.
And likewise, Erasmus.
I plan on seeing this to the end. And I shall. We will win.
With that, far, far away in a deep woods, under cover of night, we see the shambling movement of hundreds, if not thousands, armored, stripped, bare, holding bone shards, axes, swords, wooden clubs spiked with old nails. The horde approaches slowly but surely between Herax and Matla. That's where I'd like to call it for tonight.
Fuck.
I am happy Immediate star. I'm happy things are.
All right, stars and wishes. We're starting with Eli.
Immediate star. I am happy things are moving this quickly. I like that.
Man, I had a whole thing though.
I know you had a
But
whole thing.
We'll have time. We'll have time.
Now is the time for action. Now is the time for I am. Well, I love it when you throw us a curveball, and I like a curveball. This was this is probably good. I probably should have seen this coming, but also, yeah, good curveball. I am very happy with it.
So relevantly to that, mechanically, we are starting. I am establishing a doomsday clock.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck.
And when that clock hits midnight, the Horde will have reached Matla, and Matla will lose.
Shit.
That clock is beginning at 3.
I just felt heat down my back. Holy fuck.
Is that 3 minutes to midnight? Or are we going on
3
that?
p.m.
3 p.m.
3 o'clock
hours.
of 12.
So we got that 9 hours.
Not literal time.
I know.
Right.
This is not. This is a for all intents and
God damn.
purposes a progress bar. Depending on what's going on, stuff like potentially things like Samarabi's meeting with or potential meeting with Nvorak, if successful, could do things like bring the clock down. Things that you do could bring the clock down. Obviously, things that you could do can eliminate the clock altogether. But there is a countdown element, and it will be slowly progressing.
Heck yeah.
You've got time, but not much.
Heck yeah, I'm excited, and I'm also excited to discuss this with all of you, because I'm sure we'll have to actually do planning, and this is going to be stressful, and I like it. Also, stars. Meeting Dad, I like Dork. Dad's a fucking dork, I like him. The whole dynamic of the family is very, very, very nice. I'm slightly sad we didn't get to do the. So you're dating my son, huh?
Yeah.
You could do so much better. What the hell, Dad? I wasn't
Yo,
talking
That's
to you.
crazy, though.
Oh,
No, well, of course that's
dating
not.
this nerd?
You know, I hear he takes after his
Our
father.
fucking
What a
fail son.
nerd.
You've just started to unlock. Oh, you're dating him? Okay, here's all the embarrassing stories I have on him that you haven't heard from Libra.
Dragon Hunter Halloween costume that he would not take off for a straight
Stop
week.
It. Stop it. That's not.
Yes.
He had it for so long. We had a portraiture artist visit. We have a painting of him in the Dragon Hunter's outfit.
Take it to me now. Dude, I have to see this. Show. Oh no, I'm the artist. I have to make it. Ah, shit.
Oh man. I will literally pay all of you to forget that you ever heard the story.
It's priceless.
No,
There's
I will
There's not a
pay
single
you.
cent. Nope.
5,000 gold?
5,000.
You didn't say how much, so I'm listing my price.
Father, could I invest in a little bit of loan?
Immaculate.
Oh my god.
But no, yes, family is very,
Kashmina
very.
fucking develops photographic memory specifically for this reason.
I am also happy that we are getting our magic items very quickly because, hey, son, I have come to realize he's a big, massive defensive buff, and even though that defensive buff isn't going to be much, all considering that even with shield and mage armor, because he has some -1 due to dexterity, even shield would only bring his AC up to 17, which is fucking absurd. But yeah. I am looking forward to all of that. Wishes. Hassan's gonna write Hassan's gonna I'm gonna say it on here so I try to actually do it. Hassan's gonna write a letter to one of his friends in the archive to see if he can't start I don't know, somehow bribe them into using the scrying capabilities to give them troop details.
Noted.
Yeah, I might try to leverage whoever his mysterious contact is. I'll try and get those letters in the next couple days. I'm going to be traveling starting tomorrow.
Don't worry too much about it, but also if you can, I would read them, obviously.
Yes.
Amazing.
Okay, and that's about that's about it.
Hell yeah. All right, let's just go right to left. Matt, stars and wishes.
I mean, simply incredible. I think is where I'm at. I mean, I don't even know like what my stars and my wishes are, because I'm so like thrown off by the clock, you know. I'm glad that we all got to talk in the ways that we did. I'm glad that we met the parents, and that, you know, honestly, the biggest highlight was Nina remembering Loka's name. Like, actually, as I'm sitting here, threw my arms wide out and smiled real big, saying, "You remembered me."
Cute, funny little fish man.
Yeah.
Hard to forget of the lot. Hard to forget.
Yeah.
You still have her ribbon too.
I do. It's on my weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly like such a big star of the bad news, because I was thinking like, oh, okay, so there's gonna be like some all-throb nonsense quest we gotta do. I'm down for it. And by nonsense I mean like there's some shenanigans afoot that we're gonna get into. So I was like preparing for that. So when it turned out to be the clock, I was like, oh fuck. Wishes. Yeah, I want to play immediately, because that ending was just so crazy, and I want to play and find out what happens. Yeah, that's me.
Hell yeah. Me. Stars and wishes. I'm very happy with a lot of the roleplay I did today. I got to play several characters. I got to play, like, this was a very Nina session. And that was really interesting and fun. Especially after picking parental dynamics with Zoran, really interesting. And, like, trying to take into account all that family history as much as I could during those conversations was a really fun challenge, and I had a really good time doing it. And I hope that was fun and satisfactory for folks, because I liked it. I had a good time. Lormp existing the way that he is.
Who would have thought that Lormp would have become so fucking important?
Not I.
For real.
He exists because I was like, all right, well, we've got... So, in the Patch's hideout, We've got this little funny cage. I should put someone in the little funny cage. You know what would be really funny to have in there?
Oh, kobold.
This little artificer kobold mini. That'd be really funny, wouldn't it?
Now
fucking
it's integral to our plan.
exactly in the same way that my Alice in Chains joke from the first session of Kyla became a beloved recurring character for the rest of the
love
campaign.
her so much.
God.
She's fucking awesome. She's
Alice
badass.
is so good.
Wild.
Lorp, my beloved.
Every,
We really just got Scrimblow bimblowed with
Every
this
time.
character.
Every time. Well, and you just gotta roll with that. As soon as players show any attachment for a character, awesome. They are here forever. Excellent. Good.
Whoa.
Scrimblow.
Scrimblow.
Boblin the Goblin. Yeah, delightful. I really enjoyed giving Loka specifically the money via Feihu. Because I was like, because who would she give it to? Who would she find? Who would she want? It's Loka. Of course it's Loka. Because Loka's the one who asks for stuff all the time. So it's like, well, I gotta make sure that you're doing okay. I haven't, like, Feihu's been pretty disconnected from y'all for, like, quite a long time at this point. Which is fun. Like, the last thing y'all did with Feihu, intensively, was when you went to Althra to speak before Salmarabi with her. And it's been so long since then that, like, I feel like she's just been kind of like, I hope they're doing okay. I hope they seem to be on such big adventures, and they were so young and so small when I met them and gave them money. I should give them some more money. So that was fun.
Honest to God, I almost rolled insight because in my mind I was like, this is weird. I was like,
Cursed
I don't
money.
know. Say again?
Cursed money.
No, I didn't think cursed money, but I was like, is this actually Feihu? Like, is Loka getting played right now?
Getting punked.
Haha, funny joke.
Free money.
Pashmina
Free
fucking disguised as disguised self Feihu just to she's bored.
The joke is that Feihu cares about you.
Aw.
And that conversation between Feihu and Hassan way at the beginning of the session too, where, like,
God, yeah.
I think a lot personally about how draconic relationships with, I mean, we talked about it so way at the beginning of this campaign when y'all found reference to a scribe companion with Feihu when Feihu went under a different name. And subtextually there, part of the reason Feihu doesn't talk about her is that Feihu outlived her, fundamentally. Like, that's just how that relationship went. And kind of
talk with her about that a little
some amount of reasons why, like, she has been hesitant to make strong relationships with humanoids again. And having you come to her and be like, please help me last as long as I can. I just, the only thing I want is more time. Is like, in combination, but also don't let me get carried away, is, like, I think something she took extremely seriously. Yeah, just super interesting character dynamics all around, great conversations, and yeah, happy to apply some pressure and count down to the inevitable demise of Mala. And I'm excited to see what happens in Campaign 3 after you all lose and the villains win. So, looking forward. That's my wish.
Okay.
Looking forward to that.
That's when we get real fucking
Dark Peshmina.
dark-sided. Yeah, dark Peshmina. Dark side AU. Like, woof.
All right.
Commander Pashmina of the Rebellion Army.
With that on the horizon, Caroline.
Oh, just necromancy, Hassan, mind control. I'm thinking now.
Oh.
I've thought about, like, the bad end AUs for all our characters, and I hate every single one because it just makes me sad to think about.
Aw.
Unironically. unironically. It's
Hardened pirate Captain
she's-
Loka.
Yeah.
Ruthless pirate Captain Loka.
God.
Now that you say that though, like there is in the back of my mind like a level 20 campaign with the 4 of us.
Alternate universe, everyone.
That would be so. It would
Hasan is a
hurt.
lich. Loka's like
Yeah.
a brutal, like, pirate king. Pashmina's like an assassin, I guess?
Yeah, basically.
And Zoran is like
just an
full
animal.
elemental wizard. Yeah,
just
you
an
are
anim-
you
I'm
are
just
an
an animal.
elemental. You are like a being of pure magic.
God. It hurts. It hurts
Or
me.
alternative, you have taken Emra's place and have your own warlocks.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
That's crazy. That is not what I was going to say in the slightest, but you know what? I'm here for it. Thank you
Yeah,
for
sick
shower
as fuck,
thoughts for
actually.
later.
Yeah.
Thank you for those shower thoughts. Star. Conversation between Hasan and Fehio. Ate that shit up. It hurt so hard. That, ouch. Ouch. Hate it, loved it. It was pure storytelling. A+ to the both of you for that. Incredible. I'm glad y'all got more magic items. Very top, very good, all very helpful. Star, I fucking love Nina. I love her so much.
Nina.
I love her. I love the Sultan. And it's because I also know I gave you very little info on both of them. And you've nailed them both perfectly to what I had imagined. Like, absolute major props to you for that, Cole.
Thank you.
It's so good. I can see the little bits of Zoran that they got from both parents, and I love that. It's so good. Star, I'm so glad that we got the answer that we wanted, but not in the way we wanted. Whew. I'm glad all the
Fucking-
conversations went well.
Monkey's paws, finger curl.
Exactly. The idea of a doomsday clock, fabulous. Have we ever had one like that in any of the campaigns we've done together? Like, I can't.
I have been
Genuinely-
reading other systems, and there are ways to do things that I am adopting.
We had
love
some
that.
in the background of Kyla, but not.
Yeah.
They were never
As
explicit, yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. Which is why I was like, okay,
Yeah,
this
not on the
is-
same level.
this is real. This is happening. Which is super cool. Love that. Star, I want to play again.
This is one of the sessions you just don't want to end.
No, it's really not. Like, I'm looking at the clock right now and I'm like, damn, it's midnight. It feels like we haven't even been going for that long.
No, this
Because
felt
I've just
short.
been so into it.
so
this
much
session.
to cover still.
I have been dreading this conversation since it was initially brought up, like 2, 3, 4 sessions ago. I've been dreading this conversation with the Sultan. Genuinely, I've been sweating over it. I have not shut up about it. So wishes. I just hope it all goes over well, man. I'm just like, I'm so defensive now of these 2 fictional parents. If anything were to happen to them, it is over. It is on sight with anyone. A wish that I kind of want to do on my own way. I almost want to ask, hey Libra, you want to fucking join us? Because I'm afraid of having you in this city right now. I
Start gathering the war party.
Yeah, low key. Because I have a feeling it might want to be all hands on deck for what we're gonna do. I'm gonna be so real. I might want to broach that up as a possibility.
Yeah.
Probably get rejected, but you know.
Zaraj is probably on the way.
Yeah. Other wishes. I'd like to get my money that I'm owed from Fehyu. I'd also like to get the knowledge about fucking Cybella in the fucking pinnacle. Thank you. Because, doesn't involve me whatsoever.
You don't want to stress you out before
Yeah,
being
he just
mom's
didn't want to
pups.
stress you out.
Zeron hasn't had a day that they haven't been stressed since I think like session 15.
Honestly.
Like,
Honestly.
unironically. I don't think there's been a time that they have not been stressed out. You have probably seen like 3 gray hairs just spawn.
Aw.
This man is 20. That's all my stars. Hopefully we can play, or stars and wishes. Let's play again soon. Please, God, please, God, please.
Please, 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 please.
Please, please. Come on, man. Every night. All right. Anna.
Holy fucking shit. Fuck. Yeah, can I just say, it's been so whack to be in Pashmina headspace for the last little bit. Like,
Real.
The whiplash. Okay.
Real.
The sad, somber, fucked up situation of Havsrath. Okay. It's the tiniest of breathers, but also, still kind of tense about the whole situation at large. We get a little splash of, like, tenderness and goofiness, and then fucking neck snap. Like, shit's happening right now. I literally felt, like, the blood, like, rush, like, through my whole fucking body. Like, troops are moving towards Matla. What? Panic. Bad. Ugh. Real genuine fear. Damn. The emotional potency of that was strong as fuck.
Yay.
Still sweating a little. Jesus.
I like to make people have feelings.
Boy howdy. It's gonna be a little rough for a while. Star. Hassan at the start with Feihu. Because Pashmina would never ever you could not wring this out of her for anything. But part of her talking to Calcion and why she started that sort of correspondence in secret was worry for Hassan, was she feels a partial responsibility now to keep an eye on him. So that's kind of like the fact that that's sort of like also, I'm glad that that's on clearly also on Hassan's mind, and that he would take that to Feihu is cool, good.
The person who told him, "Hey, don't do necromancy,
Exactly.
shithead."
So that was really cool to see. And a little heartbreaking. Genuinely a little heartbroken at the thought of like Pashmina thinking that she's going to outlive Hassan. Hassan in the background thinking he's going to outlive Pashmina. Like, ow. Oog. Oog. Oh man, just this is a huge roleplay session where all of the roleplay was on point and awesome and good and fun to watch and fun to be a part of. God, these mushrooms are gonna be crazy for the next 24 hours of just crazy fucking flurry of planning and trying to get a gauge on things.
Alright, what does Libra think?
Oh, that's a good one. 'Cause, yeah.
Stinky.
What?
What?
Said stinky.
They said stinky.
Damn.
I'll give a more apt description next session.
Pashmina fucking
I
kicks him in the shin.
there is
Stinky
one
this.
part of me, if I may, that I almost like one of my wishes now that I think about it is I almost hope that nothing that we do brings the clock down. You know what I mean? Like, what's really truly gonna stop the armies from marching? Like,
There's,
I guess
there's
we don't
one
know
thing.
until-
the only thing that will stop it would be killing or disabling. What's his name? I can only think of Baldur's Gate, and I'm so sorry.
Dvorak.
Not Gortash,
Ketheric
aka
Thorm.
Dvorak.
Thank you. It's Dvorak. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it's
Um,
Ketheric Thorm.
Oh, stop it.
But yeah,
I'm secretly
it'd
JK.
be interesting.
But yeah, because in my mind, it's like, oh, this is a doomsday clock. We only have like, in my head, I was like, oh my god, we only have like 9 sessions max before the bad shit happens. Or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not quite sure how you're doing it, but
That's definitely a max. I would say
I
considerably
think
less
way
than
less
that.
time than that.
yeah, probably. But
I think we're getting down to the fucking like the wire. Like this is, yep, literally like a do or die moment.
yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, good. And just a good sort of dramatically pleasing session overall. Like I said, it didn't really want it to end. It's always like that. We're just like, no, I had just a little more, just. But it's always best. It's good. It's good. Good timing. Good pacing. I don't even know wishes. Wishes is even with the doomsday clock. I hope that while things are in motion, there will still be more chances for these like nice dramatic moments. Like I want to interact with Mama and Papa Robbie more. I want there to be like some more like interpersonal stuff going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's important. Like their lives are all entangled now. It's the whole thing. I think that's it. I'm still just like processing. Ashmina's mad. Like that's Dvorak is going against his word. Like that sucks. That's bad. Don't like that.
All right. Then, with that, I think that's the end of this session. Thank you all very much for playing. I am so excited to see you all again soon.
Yippee!
Bye, Sal.
Bye, Sal.
Goodbye, Sal. But thanks you all for having me.
Yeah, of course.
It's always a pleasure.
Always.
Now I get to talk his ear off for the next 3 hours.
Yeah!
My favorite. It's the decompress.
Oh, and I'm gonna get
session.
both last session and this session uploaded tonight to make sure that both of
Yay.
those go up. I realized this morning it's just like, oops, I didn't upload the last one, so I'm gonna make sure to get those done tonight.
Hell yeah.
All right, thanks y'all. See you soon.
Thank you.
Night.
Have a good night.